integer will pass, it will take all those numbers in a list and perform the addition using that. So let's create a method. And this time, let's add the parameter as list of integers. Let's call it numbers. And let's define a sum. Initialize it with 0 and iterate through all the numbers and keep on adding sum equal to sum plus the number that we have in the list, and at the end return the sum. Okay, so now what we are doing, we are accepting a list of numbers and we are looping through all those numbers and adding them in some variable, and at the end we are returning this sum variable, right? So let's try to use this in our application. Let's create a list of integers. Return result using print employee name method. All right. Let's run the program. You can see we are printing the line employee name Peter, and we are also getting a returned value from the method, that is 1. So guys, this is how you can have a return type to your partial method. Next point is signature of partial method declaration must match with the signature of the implementation. It means signature of the declaration should match with the signature of the implementation. If you notice here, we are matching the return type, and we should also match the parameters. If I provide an input parameter here like this, integer a, you will notice we are getting a compilation error now. If you read their message, it says not defining declaration found, and if I add that same parameter in my implementation also, that time that error will go. But now we have to pass the parameter. Once that is done, you will notice the error message will go. Next point is a partial method must be declared within a partial class or partial structure. A non-partial class or structure cannot include partial methods. That we have already seen in this video. If you try to create a partial method in a normal class, you will get the compilation error. Next point is a partial method can be implemented only once. And trying to implement a partial method more than once raises a compilation error. Okay, so if you notice here, we have the declaration here and we are implementing this method here. And if you try to implement this method again, maybe in this class file, you will get the error message. A partial method may not have multiple implementing declaration. Even if you try to put this implementation in different class, again you will get the compilation error. The same message. A partial method may not have the multiple implementing declaration. Okay guys, this was all about partial methods. In the next video, we will learn about C# indexers. Hello and welcome to part 63. In this video, we will learn about indexers in C#. As part of this video, we will first see what exactly is an indexer and where we are using indexers in C# and how you can create indexers on your custom classes. I have opened up my Visual Studio. I have created a string and I have initialized that string with hello world. If you notice what I can do, I can say s, and within the square brackets, I can give some number. If I say 0, it means what will happen from this string, we will get the first character and that value will be returned by s of 0. If you try to print this, you will notice we are getting the h here. So this is what you can do with indexer. Using indexer, you can use this particular syntax, meaning you can use square brackets and get a particular data from an object. Currently, from this string object, using indexer, we are able to get a particular character from that, right? And if you go to the source code of string class, source code of string class is available on GitHub. You can browse to this URL and check the source code of string class. Here you can see we have the indexer defined. The indexer is taking an index that is of integer type and it is returning a character. So this is how the indexer is working on a string. Indexers are used on dictionary objects also. So let me create a dictionary object. We will understand what is a dictionary and how we can use dictionary in our programs in later part of this video series. But for now, let's create a dictionary like this. What I'm doing here, I am telling the compiler I want a dictionary that will have a key and a value, and the data type of both key and value will be of string type. Okay, so let me call it dictionary equal to new dictionary. So my dictionary is created. So now what I can do, I can add elements in my dictionary. So I have added the three elements in my dictionary using the add method. First parameter is the key that we want to give to our element, and second parameter is the HO element that we want to store in the dictionary. Okay. To access the element, again we can use indexers, meaning I can use these square brackets, and within the square brackets I can pass the key, right? Once that is done, you can use console.writeLine and print whatever the values is available for this particular key. If we run the program, you will notice we are getting the apple here. And if I change my key to maybe C, then we'll get the cat, because for the key C, we have cat in our dictionary, right? So this is how the indexers are used in C#. And if you go to the source code of dictionary class, if you right click on it and select go to implementation, you can notice here the indexer is created here. So this is the indexer syntax. This will use this keyword, and within this we have to provide a get and a set. Now let's understand how we can create indexers in our custom classes. Let's suppose we have a class customer. So my customer class has two properties. One is ID and second one is the name of the customer. And let's say we have one more class. So we have this one more class that is customer data manager that will actually manage the data of our customer, right? So in this customer class, we have a field that is list of customer. Okay, so I have created a class field customers. Let's declare it to private. Now let's create a constructor for our customer data manager class. And within this constructor, let's first initialize our customers list. I can say customers equal to new list of customer. Now let's go ahead and add some customer in our list. So to add the customers, we can use customers dot add method. So I have added 4 customer in my customer list. So now let's create an indexer in customer data manager class. Something like this I want to do. So if I create an object of customer data manager class, let's call it CDM equal to new customer data manager. And if someone says CDM and they pass the customer ID, let's say 102, like this, and I want to return the customer name for this. But currently, if you notice, we are getting a compilation error. It is because there is no indexer in our customer data manager class. So now let's go ahead and create an indexer in this class. I need to specify the return type of my indexer because I want to return the name of the customer, and the name of the customer is of string type. So my return type should be string here. And to create an indexer, I have to use this keyword. So I will use this. And within the square brackets, I need to specify the parameter that user will be passing to this indexer. In our case, I will be passing the customer ID that is of integer type. So my parameter should also be of integer type, integer ID. And within this indexer, I need to specify my getters and setters. So I will say get. Let's use the customers list, right? And to find the customer with the matching customer ID, we can use first or default method. Within this first or default method, I can specify the condition which I want to check. So I want to find a customer such that it has ID that is equal to ID that is coming to this indexer. And once I find that customer, I need to select the name from it. So what we are doing, we are taking the list customers. On that, we are invoking first or default. That will basically give us the first customer that is matching this condition. And the condition is where the customer.id, X means customer here. The customer.id is equal to ID that is coming to this indexer. So if I pass 102, it will check for the customer which is having the customer ID as 102. And once we have found a matching customer, we will select the name of that customer and return it. Right? So this will be our getter. Now similarly, let's create a setter. What I want to do here is whenever someone calls my indexer by passing the customer ID, and if they specify a name of the customer, so what I want to do in this class, I want to find the customer with ID of 101 and set the name of the customer to whatever is passed using this line of code. Okay, so in this case, the name will be set to Mark. Okay, so now let's find the customer with the same customer ID which is passed to this indexer like this and set the name which is coming to this indexer that we can get using value keyword. So now our getter and setter are ready. Now let's go ahead and invoke it. Okay, let's first try to get the name of the customer using the customer ID. Let's pass 103, and if you notice 103 customer ID belongs to Tom. And if I print the customer name using console.writeLine, I should get Tom on the console window. Let's run the program. You can notice Tom is getting printed. So our indexer is working fine. We are able to iterate through the list of customers using this particular syntax. So just like an array, we are able to iterate through our list of customers also. Now let's try to use the setter. So what I want to do, I want to change the name of the customer of ID 104 to something else. So first I will say CDM 104. So this will give us the customer with customer ID 104. And let's set the name here to, or let's change the name to Harry. Let's print the customer name before changing it. You can notice here, first we are getting Scott because customer ID 4 belongs to Scott. After line number 15, we have used the indexer and we have set the name to Harry. So when we are getting the name of the customer at line number 19, this will give us customer name as Harry. So guys, this is how you can create indexers on your custom classes and iterate any list of objects just like an array. And that's it for this video guys. In the next video, we will learn how we can overload our indexers. Hello and welcome to part 64. In this video, we will learn how we can overload our indexers. If you remember in the last video, we have created an indexer on our class customer data manager, and in our indexer we were passing the customer ID as 104 and we are fetching the name of that customer using that. But let's say we have two more fields in our customer class. So now what we want to do, instead of passing the customer ID, I want to give the functionality to pass the customer gender and the customer age like this. Based on this, we want to find the customer. Now if you see, we are getting the compilation error because there is no overload for this indexer that can take two arguments. So let's go ahead and create one more indexer that can accept two parameters. So basically we will overload the indexer. We already have one indexer that is accepting customer ID as an input parameter, but let's create one more indexer, and this time I want to pass the gender, that is of string type. Okay, and I want to pass the age also, that is of integer type. Once that is done, let's create our getters and setters. So what we want to do, we want to return the name of the customer from our customers list. We need to say first or default, and within this we need to check two conditions now, such that customer gender is equal to whatever gender we are getting, and we need to also check if the age of the customer is equal to the age that we are getting in this indexer. Let's change it to the lowercase. Once that is done, we need to find the name of the customer using dot name. Once that is done, we need to just simply return it from here. And in setter, what we need to do, we need to find that customer and set the name of that customer to whatever name we are getting. So we need to set the name of the customer, whatever is passed when calling this indexer. So now test this code. Let me first remove this line of code. When we are setting the customer, let's set some gender and age for these customers also. So I have added some gender and age to our customers. Now let's use the indexer. So I will say string name because I want the customer name from my indexer. So I will use CDM. I will use the object of customer data manager class, and I will use my square brackets. And now I can pass the gender. Let's pass male, and for the second parameter, you can pass the age. Okay, right? So I am passing 20 as the age, and male is our gender. So basically this will match with this particular customer, and we should return Peter as the result. So let's print this result and run the program. As expected, you can see Peter is getting printed. It means our indexer is working as expected. So now let's test the setter also. So for this particular customer, let's change the name. And now again get this customer name using the indexer, just like we did before. So what we are doing, first we are getting the customer name, passing the male and 20 as the age, and printing that customer name. And after that, we are using our setter and changing the name of that customer to Henry. After that, we are again getting that customer names using the indexer and printing that new name again using the console.writeLine. Let's run the program. Now you can see first the customer name was Peter, but after calling this setter, the name of the customer is changed to Henry. So guys, this is how you can overload your indexers. Currently, we have two overloads for this. One that will accept the customer ID as the input parameter, and second one is accepting gender and the age. And one more thing I want to show here is when you will use the indexer and put the curly brackets here, you can see the Visual Studio will show how many overloads are available. You can see one of two. First one is taking integer, that is nothing but the customer ID, and if you click on this down arrow button, you can see the second indexer that is taking the gender and the age. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will learn how we can make the parameters of a method as an optional parameter. Hello and welcome to part 65. In this video, we will learn about optional parameters. Basically, there are four ways to create optional parameters of a method. First one is using a parameter array. Second one is by using method overloading. Third one is by specifying parameter defaults. And the fourth one is by using an optional attribute. So now let's understand how we can make parameter optional by using parameter array. Now consider a scenario. we have a method that returns an integer, and the name of the method is add. Currently, it will take two parameters, integer a and integer b, and it will do nothing but just return the sum of it. Now the requirement is we want to make a method such that this method can take any number of integers. Even if the user is trying to pass 50 integers or 100 integers, this method should be able to support that. Basically, what we want to do, we want to make the third parameter as optional, because for adding two numbers, only two numbers are required. Other numbers are not mandatory. User can pass them or user can choose not to pass them. So to create such an optional parameter, we can use the params keyword, and we can specify the array type. If you see here, if I invoke add method by passing some number 5 and 7 and try to store this result in a result variable like this and print the result, you will notice even though we have this third parameter, but compiler is not giving any compilation error because this parameter is optional. If I run this program will run without any issues and we will get the correct result. Okay, but if user decides to pass the values in this parameter, they can do so. They can pass it like this. So they can specify the parameter like this. So the first two parameters will be mapped to integer a and integer b, and after that whatever parameters we are passing, those all parameters will be mapped to integers array, right? If I put a breakpoint here at line number 18 and run this program, you will notice the numbers parameter has four values: 50, 32, 10 and 41. These are the values which we have passed while invoking the add method, right? Okay, so now let's complete this demo and return the proper result. Okay, so I'm using a for each loop and I am iterating through all the numbers which are passed in numbers array, and I'm adding that in the sum variable, and after that I'm returning it. So if I run my program, you will notice we will get the proper result. We will get the sum of all these numbers which are passed to the add method. So this is the first way to create optional parameters using the params keyword or using the parameters array. Now let's see the second method, that is method overloading. Let's suppose you have a method, and if we invoke this method by calling it in our main method, actually we have to make our method as static so that we can invoke it without creating the object of demo class. Okay, and if I run my program, it will print the name hello world as expected. But now let's say we have one more parameter, that is middle name, and we want to make middle name as optional because every person will not have a middle name. To support these kind of scenarios, we can also use method overloading. So what I can do, I can create the same exact method with the same name, but this time I can pass a third parameter, that is string middle name. Okay, and I can pass the middle name in the print method also, like this. Okay, so now if you notice, we are not getting any compilation error here because when we are passing two arguments, that time it will invoke this particular method, and similarly I can call print name method by passing three parameters. You can see I am passing three parameters to print name method, and we are not getting any compilation error because this method will link to this particular method which is expecting three parameters. If I run my program, you will notice we are getting the proper result. So guys, this is how you can create optional parameters using method overloading, because when we are invoking print name method at line number 11 here, the middle name parameter is kind of optional. We don't have to pass that method in order to print the name. Now let's see the third method, that is specifying parameter defaults. And this is the most common way to create optional parameter. Now let's understand how this will work. Let's say we have a method. Let's again create the print name method. And in this case, the requirement of the application is we want to make the last name as optional, meaning if someone is not passing the last name, that time also the print name method should work. And if the last name is not coming from the user, we should set it to some default value. So the default value that we want to set is unknown. So what we can do here, we can specify the default value when declaring the method itself, right? Now, if I invoke my print name method, and if I just pass the first name, Peter, and in my print name method, let's print the name using console.writeLine. So I am passing only the first name, that is Peter, and you will notice we are not getting any compilation error because now the second name or the last name is optional, and if user is not passing the last name, we will pass a default value to it, that is unknown. So if I run my program, you will notice Peter unknown is getting printed because for the last name we have specified the default value unknown. That's why we have printed unknown as the last name. But if user decides to pass the second name also, then the name that is passed by the user will take the priority and we will override the default value, and whatever value is passed by the user, that will get printed. If I run my program, you will notice Peter Parker is getting printed because this time we have overridden the default values. Okay guys, this was the third way to create optional parameter, and this is the most popular way to create optional parameter. And that's it for this video guys. In the next video, we will understand how we can make our parameter optional by using an optional attribute. Hello and welcome to part 66. In this video, we will learn how we can use optional attribute to make our parameter optional. If you remember from the last video, we have used equal to operator and we were giving the default value of the parameter to make that optional. So if you see here, the print name method is having two arguments, string first name and string last name, and we have made our last name as optional like this, right? And if I passed just the first name and try to build my application, you will notice build one succeeded and we are not getting any compilation error. So this was one of the way to create our parameter optional. So in this video, we will see how we can use optional attribute to do the same thing. And it is very simple. You just have to decorate your parameter with optional, and optional attribute is coming from system.runtime.interop services. Correct? If I run my program now, you will notice we are getting the name as Peter, and we have successfully made our last name as an optional parameter. So either you can type optional or you can type the complete name optional attribute. Both will work same. All right. Okay. And this is an optional attribute. So if you don't pass anything, that will work. And if you want to pass some value for the optional attribute, you can do that also. So let me pass demo for now. And if I run my application now, you can see this time we are sending the second parameter also as demo, and the same is getting printed on the console window, Peter demo. So that's it for this video guys. In the next video, we will learn about dictionary in C#. Hello and welcome to part 67. In this video, we will learn what are dictionary in C#. So dictionary is a generic collection which is generally used to store key value pairs. What do we mean by key value pairs? Key value pairs is like when you want to store some data in this format. The data will have one key and there will be some value that will be assigned to it. So in our case, here you can see name is the key here and Bob is the value that is getting stored here. On the left hand side, you can see all the keys: name, age, job, city, and email. And on the right hand side, you can see the values that are stored in. So basically, key value pairs can be used to store multiple type of data. So let's open up the Visual Studio and understand how we can create a dictionary and how we can store key value pairs inside a dictionary. Okay, so I have opened up my Visual Studio. To create a dictionary, you need to use the dictionary class. And dictionary is generic. It means you can specify the type of key and the value you want to store. In my case, let's say I want to keep key of string type and value is also of string type. Okay, let me provide a name to my dictionary. Let's say demo. And let's use the new keyword and create an object of a dictionary. Right? So now the dictionary is created, but currently there is nothing inside our dictionary. To add objects or to add key value pairs inside a dictionary, we need to use add method. Okay, so on my demo dictionary, I can call add method. And if you notice here, the IntelliSense is giving us the suggestion. I need to pass a string key and a string value because I have created my dictionary of string comma string, meaning I have declared key will be of string type and value will also be of string type. So guys, dictionaries are type safe. If I try to pass some integer here, 23, and some numbers, you can notice we will get the compilation error. Compiler will give us the error. It will say cannot convert integer to string. Okay, so dictionaries are type safe, so we need to pass the correct data type. Let's pass name and let's pass the value as Bob. Okay, let's pass one more key value pair. Let's pass age and let's pass the value as 25. Right, so this is how we can use add method and add key value pairs in our dictionary. Now let's see how we can iterate through the dictionary and read the values which we have added here. For this, you can use a for each loop. So what you can do in for each loop, you can say where key. So whatever key we are getting from the demo.keys will give us all the keys which are available in demo dictionary, right? If you see the return type of the key property, it is a key collection, so it will give us the list of keys. So now what we can do, let's print the value that is available for this particular key. Let me first print the key and then the value. To get the value, I need to simply call demo and within the square bracket, I can pass the key like this. And if I run my program now, you can see we are able to read all the keys: name, Bob, age, 25. So this is one of the way to iterate through the dictionary and get the access to the values which are stored in it. On this slide, you can see some of the features that are available in dictionary. First one is dictionary class is present in system.collection.generic namespace. Right? Second one is when creating a dictionary, we need to specify the type of key and value. If you remember, in Visual Studio, we have specified the type of key and the value we want to store. And the next one is dictionary provides fast lookups for values using keys. So instead of iterating through the complete collection, we can directly use a key and fetch some particular value. Let me show you how. Currently, there are two key value pairs in my dictionary, but it can be in thousands or millions. If I try to give a duplicate key, let's say age, and if I say some value like this, we will not get the compilation error. But if I run my application now, you will notice we will get a runtime error. An item with the same key has already been added, key age. So basically what the compiler is saying, we already have a key with the name of age and we cannot add one more key with the same name. So basically the key will be unique in a dictionary, right? So let's say you have thousands of key value pairs and you want to get one of the value, right? So instead of iterating through all the 1,000 key value pairs, what you can do, you can directly use your dictionary object, and within the square bracket you can provide the key which you want to access. Let me provide name here, and let's print it with console.writeLine, and that's it. If I run my program now, you will notice I'm getting the value Bob. So I have not used any for loop or for each loop to iterate through the complete dictionary. I am just simply giving the name of the key, and dictionary is able to fetch me the value which is stored against that particular key. Because of this, dictionary provides a fast lookups for values using keys. Keys in a dictionary must be unique. In that we have seen we cannot provide a duplicate key in dictionary. Okay, so here are the some of the important methods and properties that are available in dictionary, which are add, remove, contain keys, contain value, clear, and try get value. And the properties which are available that are count, item, keys, and values. So let's see one by one each of the method. First, let's see add method. Add method, we have seen add method is used to add a new key value pair in a dictionary. If you notice here, we have used the add method to add a key value pair inside our dictionary. Similarly, we have a remove method. So using remove method, we can remove an item from the dictionary. Let me show you how. So I have called a remove method here and I have specified the key name. So what the remove method will do, it will remove the key which is with the name of name. Okay. So if I run my program now, I will get a runtime error, which is because the name key is not available now because we have removed the name key at line number 19. And if I try to access the name key again, I will get key not found exception. The given key name was not present in the dictionary. So we can use a remove method to remove any key from the dictionary. Next method is contains key. Contains key basically is used to check if we have a key in a dictionary or not. Let me remove this and let's see what will happen if I call contains key method, right? Let me pass age this time. And if you notice here, the return type of the contains key method is Boolean. So if the key is available in our dictionary, it will return true, else it will return false. Let's print out the result of it. You can notice we are receiving true here because we already have an age key stored in our dictionary object, right? And this method is useful when inserting a new key in our dictionary object, because using this we can make sure we are not inserting a duplicate key in our dictionary. So what we can do, we can call contains key method and add the key that you want to store. Let me say I want to store email this time, and I can say contains key is false because I have used this symbol. It means if it is false, then it will come inside this if block, and inside this if block I can add my new key now, right? So first we are checking if the key is already present in the dictionary, and if it is not present, then only we are going ahead and adding that key in our dictionary. So now let's iterate through our dictionary and see what are the values available in our dictionary now. Right now you can see we have three key value pairs, and let's say if the key which we are trying to add is a duplicate one. Let's say I'm trying to add a age here, and this time you will notice we will not receive any runtime error because we have added the check to only add the key only if it is not present. That's why in the output we are seeing only two values, Bob and 25. Next method is contains value. So as the name suggests, it will check if the value is present or not. Let me show you how we can use this. So on my demo dictionary object, I can call contains value, and let's pass the value which I am checking. Let's say 25, and try to print the result of it. And if I run my program, I will get the true because 25 value is present against the age key. And if I try with some other value which is not present, I will get the false. Okay, so this is how you can use contain value method. Next method is clear. As the name suggests, this is used to remove all the keys from the dictionary, right? So you can call demo dot clear, right? And we have a count property that we can use on our dictionary object to get the number of elements present in the dictionary. So let's use that property and try to print the count after calling the clear method, and let's try to print the count before calling the clear method also. Okay, so let's see what will happen now. So before calling the clear method, I have the count as 2, and after calling the clear method, the count will become 0. So clear can be used to clear out all the elements which are present in the dictionary. Okay. The next method is try get value. If you notice, try get value takes two parameters. First one is the key that we want to pass, and the second one is an out parameter. So what will happen if we have any value against the key which we are passing? That time it will return that value in this out variable. So let me declare a string as equal to, let me initialize it with blank string, and let me call try get value with the name key. Okay, if I run the program now, you will notice the s variable is got initialized with the bob value. So this is how you can use try get value. The benefit of using try get value is we will not get any runtime error even if the key is present or not. If I send some random key here and run the program, you can see we are not getting any runtime error. So guys, you can use try get value to make sure you are not receiving any runtime errors when trying to access a key which you are not sure if it is present or not present in the dictionary. So there are some properties that we will see now. First one is the count that we have already seen. And this can be used to find the number of elements present in the dictionary. Second property is item. Okay, item property is basically not available in C#. It is available only in Visual Basic language. So let's see the next property, that is keys. And keys property we have already seen. Keys can be used to iterate through all the elements of a dictionary like this. So when you call the keys property, it will return the list of keys, and we can use that list of keys to iterate through the dictionary and access each and every element, right? So we can use keys property to get all the keys. Similarly, we have the values property to get all the values. If I run my program, I will get the values which are available in my dictionary. And these are the methods which we have discussed. Add to add a new key value pair. Clear to remove all the keys. Remove to remove the element with a specific key. So we can pass the key and that key will be removed from the dictionary. Contains key to check if the key is present in the dictionary or not. Contains value to check if a specific value is present or not in a dictionary. Count to get the number of elements present in the dictionary, and clear to remove all the elements from the dictionary. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will continue our discussion on dictionary and learn how we can use predicates in dictionary. Hello and welcome to part 68. In this video, we will continue our discussion on dictionary and learn some of the other important concepts about dictionary. If you remember from the past video, we have created a dictionary where we have specified the type of key as string and the type of value that we want to store in a dictionary that was also a string. But we can give our own custom types also. You can create a dictionary that can hold a set of customer objects if you want. For that, let's first create a class customer. Right, once that is done, so instead of having the value type as string, I can change this type to customer. Okay, let's change it here also, and let's now name it as customers. Okay, so now we have a dictionary that is having key of string type, and customer will be the value that it will store, right? So we can store as many customer that we want inside our dictionary. But let's say now we don't want to keep the string as our key type. We want to change it to the customer ID so that we can easily fetch the customers from the dictionary object. For that, let's create a property. And then now I can change the type of my key to integer because I want to keep customer ID as my key. Okay, so now let's create a customer. Okay, now I have 3 customers. Now let's add these 3 customers to our dictionary object. For that, as you remember, we can use the add method on customers dictionary object. So customers, and if you press dot here, you will see all the methods that are available that we can invoke on a dictionary object. For now, let's click on the add method and provide the object that you want to add. Let me say customer 1. Okay, if you notice, we are getting an error here because we need to specify a key also, right? So in our case, our key will be the customer ID of customer 1. So let's say customer dot customer ID comma this. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are providing customer ID as the key for the customer. Similarly, let's add other 2 customers also. Now we have 3 customers inside our dictionary object. Now let's run a for each loop and see what is the data we have till now. Okay, so I have written this for each loop, and in this for each loop I am iterating through all the values that are stored inside the customers object, and I'm printing the customer name and customer ID. So now let's run the program. As expected, you can see we are able to print customer name and customer IDs which are stored in it. Okay, so this is how you can use custom types inside a dictionary. Now let's understand how we can use predicates when we are dealing with the dictionary of type custom types. In our case, the custom type is customer. Let me add one more property in our customer class. That is age, and let's provide some age to our customers. Okay, so I have my three customers and I have added some age for all three customers. Now let's say the requirement is I want to find all the customers which are having the age that is less than 30. For that, what we can do, we can use where method. So on our customers dictionary, right, I can invoke where and I can specify a predicate here. I can say customer x such that x dot value, because I want to get the customer object from the dictionary, where x dot value dot customer age, that is the age of the customer, is less than 30, right? So this is how you can specify a condition, right? If you see here what I've done here, I said x is nothing but the object which are present inside the dictionary. And if you remember, dictionary is nothing but a collection of key value pairs. So x is nothing but is a key value pair. If you hover over on x, you can see key value pair, and it is not mandatory to give x is just a convention that we give normally, but this can be anything. You can give it as C, because we are dealing with customers, so I can change this x to C also. So the point that I'm trying to make here is I can use any character to specify a key value pair, right? So let me change it back to x, right? And if you notice here, if I put a semicolon here and see the return type of it, the return type of it is I enumerable of key value pair. So it will give us a I enumerable, right? So if I say where customer with okay, so I can store the value which is coming from this particular statement inside this variable. Okay, and if you want to convert your IEnumerable to dictionary, for that you can invoke toDictionary method. So I can say dot toDictionary, and now I need to again specify what will be my key and what will be the value of for my dictionary. So I can say x dot key and x dot value will be the value. So let's see what we are doing here one more time. Let me move it here. Okay, so on the customers dictionary object, we have invoked where method to get the customers which are having age less than 30, and after that we have invoked toDictionary method to convert whatever result we have received from here to a dictionary type, right? Once that is done, we are storing that result to this variable, and if you see the return type, now it is saying, now the return type will say dictionary of integer as key and customer as the value that will be storing, that we will be storing in dictionary. So now let's go ahead and use a for each loop to print the result. So I am using for each loop to print the customer names whose age is less than 30, right? So if I run my program, you will notice we are getting Peter and John, because Peter and John are the only two customers which are having age less than 30. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will learn what are lists in C#. Hello and welcome to part 69. In this video, we will learn about list. List is one of the generic collection present in system.collection.generic namespace. Actually, there are several generic collection in system.collection.generic namespace, which are mentioned here. We have dictionary that we have learned in the past couple of videos. In this video, we will learn the list, and in the upcoming videos, we are going to learn stack and queue also. Okay. A list can be used to create a collection of any type. It can be any inbuilt data type like integer, numbers, or strings. And it can be a complex data type also, like it can be customer list, like a list that will store customers object. It can be a list that can store employees objects also. So basically list can contain any data type that we want. And list provides type safety. What it means? It means if I create a list of integer type, I am not allowed to store string data type in that. Okay. The object stored in the list can be accessed by index, or we can use a for each loop. Unlike arrays, list can grow in size automatically. If you remember from the videos of arrays, once the array is declared, after that we cannot change size of that. And if we try to access or store an element that is falling outside the range of an array, we will receive an index out of range exception. List class also provides method to search, sort, and manipulate the lists. Okay, enough of the theory. Let's open up the Visual Studio and see how the list will work. So to create a list, we can use list class. And if you notice here, you can see it is coming from system.collections.generic namespace. And when creating the list, we need to specify the type of it within the angular brackets because it is a generic class. So let's first say int, and let me call it some numbers. And I can use the new keyword to create an object of list class. Okay. Now I have a list, but currently nothing is stored in my list. To store any data in my list, we can use add method. We can use numbers.add1, numbers.add2, and so on. Okay. So like this, you can add elements in the list. To access a list, you can either use the index, meaning you can use square brackets and pass the index of the item that you want to retrieve. Let's say, let's fetch the second element, numbers, and within the square brackets, I'll pass the index that is 1. Because as we know, indexes starts from 0. So this will be at the 0th index. Next one is at first index, and the third one is at second index. So I want the second number. For that, I am passing the index as 1. And if I run my program, do you notice we are getting the 2 here because at the first index, we have the number 2. Okay. So guys, this is how you can create a list and access the elements from it. Similarly, you can use for each loop also. What you can do, you can say for each, and what I'm saying here, integer I in numbers. So it will iterate all the integers which are present in numbers list. And let's do nothing but just print the number which we got here. If I run my program now, you can see I'm getting 1, 2, 3. So I'm able to iterate through all the numbers which are present in my numbers list. Now let's see how you can work with complex data type. For that, let's create a customer class. Okay, so I have added a customer class. This class has 3 properties: name, age, and city. Now let's create some objects of this class. So I have created 10 objects, meaning I have created 10 customers, and I have initialized the name, age, and city of those customers. Now let's create a list object and store all these objects inside the list. So what I can say list, and this time within my angular brackets I'll pass customer, and I will say customers as my list name, and I will again use the new keyword and create an object of list class. And now I can add my customers with in my list. Okay, so I have again used the add method and I have added all my customers in the customers list. Now let's iterate through all those customers and print the name of these customers. So again, I will use for each loop, and this time I will say customer C in customers. What we want to print? We want to print the name of the customer. So let's say name equal to, and I can say C dot name. Now, if I run my program now, you can see all the name of the customers are getting printed. So guys, this is how you can work with the complex data type using list. So these are some of the important methods that we can use with the list class. First one is the add method that takes an item and it adds the item at the end of the list. We have used this method to add customers in our customers list. Second method is insert. As the name suggests, it is used to insert an element at a specific index in the list. So it takes two parameters. First one is the index where we want to add the item, and second parameter is the item itself. So let's go back to Visual Studio and try this out. Okay, so now let's create one more customer. Let's say customer. Okay, so now let's say we want to add this customer in our list, but instead of adding it at the end, I want to add this customer at the second position. So just after the customer one, I want to add this new customer there. Okay. So for that, what I can do, I can use the insert methods. I will say insert. First parameter where I want to add it, I want to add it at second position, meaning at the first index. So I will say index as 1 and customer 11. Now if I run my program, you can see here the newly added customer is coming at the second position. So this is the functionality that you can achieve using the insert method. Okay, next method is add range. It is used to add a collection of elements at the end of the list. If you notice here, currently we are adding one customer at a time. But suppose you have two lists and you want to merge those two lists into one single list. So let's say I have one list that has customer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we have a second list that contains all the other customers. So let me say customers 1, and let's add first 5 customer to it. I'm calling it customers 2, and let's add the other customers in this list. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Let's remove the customer 11. Okay, so both of these lists are having 5 customers. Now let's say we want to merge this customers list. So for that, what we can do, I can call customers 1 dot add range, and if you notice what it takes a collection of customers. So I can pass customers 2 in it. So what this will do, this will add customers 2's items in the customers 1 list. Okay, if I run a for each loop on a customer 1 now, you will notice we will have all the customers in customer 1 list itself. You can see I have all the customers from customer 1 and customers 2 list. Next method that we will discuss is remove method. As the name suggests, remove can be used to remove the first occurrence of an element from the list. Let's try this out. Let's say for some reason I want to remove customer 1 from my customer 1 list. Okay. So for that, what I can do, I can say customers 1 dot remove, and I can pass the item which I want to remove. I want to remove the customer 1, so I pass customer 1 here. And now if you notice, we will not see customer 1, that is John Doe, in our outcome. When we will print all the customers, we will not see this particular customer. You can see our list starts from Jane Smith, and the John Doe is now removed from the list. Okay. Next method is remove at. So using remove at method, what we can do, we can pass an index and we can remove an element from a specific index position. Okay. So it removes an element using an index. Let's try this out also. So I don't want to remove my customer 1 now. Now I want to use remove at index method to remove an element. So let's say I want to remove Emily Brown. Okay. What is the index of Emily Brown? Emily Brown is at 0, 1, 2, and 3. Emily Brown customer is at third index. So let's use again our customers 1 dot remove customers 1 dot remove at, and I can pass the index 3. Now if I run my program, you will notice I don't see Emily Brown now because we have removed Emily Brown using the index 3. Now let's see the remove all method. Remove all method is used to remove all the elements that are specified with a predicate. So actually remove all will take a predicate, meaning we can specify a condition, and all the elements which are satisfying that condition, those elements will be removed. Let's try this also. For now, let's remove the second list also to keep things simple, and again change it back to customer 1 and remove our add range method also. Okay, so now we have all the 10 customers in customer 1 list. Now let's try to use remove all method. So I will say customers 1 dot remove all. If you notice, it takes a predicate. Predicate is nothing but a condition that we can specify. Remove all the customer who is having age above 30. Okay. So let's say x such that x dot age is greater than 30. Okay. So what this will do, it will check all the customers, and if the customer is having age greater than 30, in that case, that customer will be removed from the list. Now let's print the age of the customers which are present in our list after doing the remove all operation. Let me say age equal to c dot age, and let's run the program. You can notice here all the customers are having age less than 30 or equal to 30, and all other customers are removed because of remove all method. Next method is clear. This is used to remove all the customer from the list. Let's try this also. So let's say I want to remove all the 10 customer from my list. What I can do, I can call customers 1 dot clear. That's it. This will remove all the customer, and when I will run my program, you will notice I will not receive any output. Output is blank because there are no customers present in my list. And to prove that, I can do one more thing. I can print the size of the list, meaning I can print the number of elements present in my list. To do that, I can use the property customers1.count. So count will give me the number of elements present in the list. And if I run my program, you will notice we are receiving a 0 here because clear method has removed all the customer from the list. Okay, that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will continue our discussion and learn some of the other important methods that are available in list class. Hello and welcome to part 70. In this video, we will continue our discussion on list and see what are the other important methods that are available in list object. Okay, let's see the first method, that is contains. This checks if an element exists in the list or not. If the element is present in the list, then it will return true, and if it is not present in the list, then it will return false. If you remember from the last video, in the last video, we have created one class customer with 3 properties, and we have created 10 objects of the customer class and added those 10 customers in a list with the name customers1. Okay. Now let's see how we can use contains method to check if a particular element or object is present in the list or not. Let's say I want to find if object 6, that is Sarah Wilson, is present in my list or not. For that, what we can do, we can use a if, and let's say customers contains, and if you notice here, this expects one parameter, that is customer object. So we want to check customer 6, so let's pass the reference of customer 6 here, customer 6, and let's print the message customer is present. Okay, and run the program. As expected, you will notice customer is present is getting printed. But let's say I have a customer. Okay, so I have created a new customer, customer 11, and I have specified the name, age, and the city for this customer. But I have not added this particular customer in my customers list. So let's see what will happen if I try to check customer 11 is present in my list or not. Now you can see we are not getting any output. The contains method has returned false, and that's why we have not printed the line present at line number 40. Next method is exist. Just like contains, it will also check if an element is present in the list or not. But in this, we can specify some condition. Let's see how. So I will call exists. And if you notice here, this method expects a predicate. Predicate means a condition. So I can specify a condition. Let me say customer such that customer dot age is equal to, let's say 34. And let's see what is the return type of this method. The return type of this is a boolean, so it will either return true or false. So let's store this return type in a variable result, and at the end just print the result. So what we are doing, we are checking if there is an element exists in a list which is having age equal to 34. If I run my program, you will notice you will receive true. But if I specify some condition which is not true, let me say x dot name equal to Peter, and there is no customer who is having name as Peter. If I run my program, of course, this will return false, and the same result will be printed here. You can notice here we are receiving false here. So this is how you can use exists method. Next method is find. This searches for an element that matches the condition defined by the specified lambda expression or predicate and returns the first matching element from the list. Let's see this how this will work. So basically what find will do, find will find us the first element which is matching with the condition. So let me again say customers one dot find. Okay, now let me specify a condition where x dot age is less than 30. Okay, so let's see which customers are having age less than 30. 35, 28. So this customer is having age less than 30. So the find method will pick this particular customer because this is the first occurrence where this condition is matching. And now let's see the return type of this method also. This is returning a customer object. Okay, so let me create a customer object reference. Customer C equal to customer one dot find and whatever the condition we have specified here. Now let's use console.writeLine to print the name of the customer which we have received from find method. If we run this program, you will notice we are receiving Jane Smith as the customer's name because Jane Smith is the customer who is having age less than 30, right? There are other customers also which are having age less than 30, but find method will pick the first occurrence of that customer and return that particular customer. Let's see find last method. Similar to find method will give us the first matching element and find last method will give us the last matching item from the list. Let's see this in action. So I will just change my find method to find last here. Okay, now if you notice this condition will match with Daniel Thomas because this particular customer is having age less than 30 and this customer is coming at the last in the sequence of the list. So if I run my program again, you can see Daniel Thomas is getting printed. So this is how you can use find last method. One more thing to notice here. The find method will return null if there is no element present which is satisfying the condition which we have specified here. Okay, so let's try this. If I specify age is less than 0, so of course there is no customer who is having age less than 0. In that case, we will receive customer C as null here, and when we try to access name of that customer, we will receive a null reference exception. Let's see this in action. As you can see here, our application has crashed and we are receiving a null reference exception. It says object reference not set to an instance of an object. If you hover over on the customer C, you will see it is showing null here. So guys, be very careful if you are using find or find last method because this method can return you null values. Let's see next method, that is find all. Find all returns all the items from the list that match the condition specified by the lambda expression. Okay, so let's use find all method. If you hover over here, you can see you're getting an error here, right? Because the find all method will return a list of customer, not a single customer, right? So we need to change our reference variable here. Instead of customer, I will say list of customer. Right now we'll see compilation error is gone. Now let's try this. So if I say age less than 30, so if you see we have multiple customers who are having age less than 30. So what we can do now, once we get the result set from the find all method, let's use a for each loop and see what are the customers we have received in this. So I am iterating through the all the list of customer which we have received from find all method, and I am printing the name of those customers. So if I run my program, you will notice we are receiving 4 customer, and these are the 4 customer who are having age less than 30. One more thing to notice here, find all method will not return you a null. If there is no customer present with the satisfying condition, it means it will return you an empty list. Let's see this. If I change my condition to age less than 0, again there is no customer with age less than 0. So if I run my program now, you will notice we are not receiving any null reference exception. Instead, we are receiving a blank output, meaning there were no customer who were satisfying this particular condition. Okay, so the next method is find index. Okay, so it returns the index of the first item that matches the condition specified by the lambda expression. There are 2 other overloads of this method which allows you to specify the range of element to search within the list. Let's see this, how this will work. So let me call find index. Okay, and within this I will specify some condition x such that x dot name equal to, let me specify some name from here, let's say David Lee, and the find index will return us an integer. So let's change the return type integer I, and at the end just print this index. If I run my program, you will notice we are receiving 2 here because at the second index 0, 1 and 2 we have the customer David Lee, right? So this is how you can use find index method. So there are 2 other overloads also. Let's see how these overloads will work. So let me remove this condition first, and let me see the second overload. The second overload means we can specify a start index. Okay, and after that we can specify the condition. So let's say I don't want to search from the start, I want to search from this particular location. I want to start from the index 2. Okay, so I can say 2, and now I want to specify the condition where x dot age is equal to, let me change this age to 35 to prove that we are not starting from first element, we are starting from the second index. And if I say age 35 here, now what we will get? We will get the index of Emily Brown because we have started from this particular index location. Let me run the program. You can see we are receiving index as 3 because at index 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, we have the Emily Brown. This customer is having age equal to 35, right? So this is how you can specify the parameter, meaning from where you want to start your search. Let's see the third overload method. This method expects the start index, and the second parameter will be the count, meaning how many elements you want to search. So let me specify start index as 2, and I want to search only 3 elements, and this should be my condition x such that x dot name or x dot age is less than 30. So let's see what will happen. So we will start from the second index. This is 0th index, this is first index, and this is second index. So we will start from David Lee, and we will search next 3 elements. Okay, so we'll search David Lee, Emily Brown, and Michael Johnson. Okay, and we will find if there is any element who is having age less than 30. Okay, and we will find the index of that particular customer, right? And if you notice here, we have Michael Johnson who is having age 26 here. So let's see what will happen here. I got the index, and now let's say instead of just printing the index, I will say customers one, and I will pass the index to fetch that particular customer's object. And now I can invoke name property on it. Okay, let's run the program now. Now you will notice we are receiving Michael Johnson here, right? Let's say I will limit my search. I will not search 3 elements. I will just search 2 elements. What will happen in that case? In that case, there is no element which falls under the search range that is having age less than 30. All right. So if I change my count to 2, in this case, you will notice we will receive a null exception. Okay, you can see we are receiving an argument out of range exception instead of null exception. That is because the index that we have here, that we received here, that is -1. So if there is no matching element, the index that we will receive here will be -1. Okay, and indexes starts from 0. That's why when we try to access -1 location, the compiler will say index was out of range. It must be a non-negative and less than the size of the collection. So we cannot give negative indexes while fetching the elements from the list. So this is how find index method will work. Okay, next method is find last index. Similar to find last method, it will return the index from the last position. Okay, instead of searching from the top, it will search from the bottom, and whatever the index we will get that is matching with our condition, that will be returned. Now let's see how we can convert an array to a list, how we can convert a list to an array, and how we can convert a list to a dictionary. So let's see how we can convert an array to a list. And let's create an array of strings. Okay. So now let's try to convert this string array to a list. So what we can do, names dot to list. So simply we can invoke toList method and we will return a list. So we can store this list within a list variable like this. All right. And if you hover over here, you can see it will return a list of string, correct? So just like a list, now we can use any method which we have discussed till now on this particular variable also. Now let's see how we can convert a list to an array. So now we have a list, and if we want to change it back to an array, what we can do, we can call toArray method. Let me call it name array, an array equal to n dot toArray, right? And if you hover over here, you will see the return type is string array, right? So using toArray method, you can convert any list to an array. Now let's see the final one, how we can convert a list to a dictionary. For that, let's remove this piece of code and uncomment our earlier code. So we have a list of customers. Okay. Now let's try to convert this list of customers to a dictionary. For that, we can call toDictionary method. Okay. And if you remember, a dictionary is a collection of key value pairs. So we have to specify a key that will be uniquely identify a element in the dictionary. Okay. So let me specify the key as. So this is how you can convert an list to a dictionary using toDictionary. So first we have specified the key, and after that we have specified the object that we want to store. So we want to store the customer object, right? Let's create a variable of dictionary type and store this. So our key is of string type and value is of customer type. Let me call it dictionary dict equal to And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will understand some of the other very important methods that are available with the list class. Hello and welcome to part 71. In the last couple of videos, we have understood some of the basic concepts around list, and we have seen how we can add items in a list and how we can search item within a list. Now let's understand how we can sort our lists. Okay, so if your list is of simple type, meaning if you are storing integers, strings, or characters kind of data in your list, then sorting is very straightforward. You can directly invoke a sort method on the list instance, and the data will be automatically sorted in the ascending order. And if you want to change the sorting order, you can then invoke a reverse method on that. The reverse method will reverse the sorting. So let's see this in action. Okay, so I have opened up my Visual Studio. Now let's create a list that will hold some random numbers. Okay, I have created a list with name random numbers. Let me add some random numbers in this using the dot add method. Okay, so I am adding 10 random numbers in my list. And if you see, these numbers are totally random, meaning we don't have a sequence in it. So if I go ahead and use a for each loop and try to print these numbers, let's see what will happen. You can notice this sequence in which we have added the numbers in the same sequence, we are seeing the numbers in the output also. Now let's say you want to sort this list. So sorting a list is very simple. Just on the random objects list object, just invoke sort method. And if you hover over on the sort method, you will say it returns void because it will not return anything. It will just sort the list on which the sort methods is invoked. Now if I run my program, you will notice now we are seeing a list that is sorted in ascending orders, meaning the smallest number is at the top and the largest number from the list is at the bottom. Now let's see how we can use the reverse method to reverse this order. So I can call random numbers dot reverse. Right, again, if you hover over on a reverse method, it also don't return anything. And if I run my program, now you will see the reverse order sorting is there, meaning the largest number is at the top and the smallest number is at the bottom. Similarly, if you have a list that is of type string, you can use the same sort and reverse method to do the sorting. So let's see one example. Here I have a list with the name fruits and I'm adding some random fruits in my list, apple, banana, and so on. After that, we can call our sort method. So I can call fruits dot sort. It will sort the fruits in alphabetical order. Let me comment out this line and try to print all the fruits which are there in my list now. Okay, let's run the program. You will notice fruits are sorted in alphabetical order, meaning A comes first, then B, and so on. And if I want to reverse the order, I can call the reverse method. Fruits dot reverse, and now you will notice the order will be reversed, meaning the W is coming at the top and A is coming at the bottom. Okay, so this is how you can use sort and reverse method to do the sorting for simple types. However, when you do the same thing on a complex type like customer, we will get a runtime error. It will give us an invalid operation exception. That is because .NET compilers knows how to sort integer and string. Because these types are implementing comparable interface. So if I go back to my Visual Studio, and if I try to see the source of string class, you will notice we are not seeing the source of string class here. But if I go to my browser and open the source code in the GitHub, you can notice here, you can see here string class is inheriting from comparable interface. Because of this interface, we are implementing compare to method. You can see here we have the compare to method here, and in this method we have implemented the logic which will tell the compiler if the strings are equal or not. Similarly, if I go back to my Visual Studio and if I try to see the source code of integer class, so this is the integer class int32, it is implementing comparable interface again and again. We have the compare to method here, meaning using this method, it will compare the objects. And similar way, if I try to create a class customer class like this, and if I try to create some customer object, let's see what will happen. Let me remove all this and let me create a list that will hold my customer objects. Okay, once that is done, now let's add some customer to my list like this. So I have added 10 customers, and now let's say I want to sort these customers. So let me say customers dot sort. You can notice we are getting the method sort, but if I try to run this program, we will receive an exception. I'm running the program and you can see we are getting an exception here. It says failed to compare two elements in the array because C# compiler doesn't know how to sort customer objects, whether to sort customer name or customer age or city. C# compiler don't know anything about the sorting process. In order to make our custom objects to be sortable, for that we need to implement comparable interface that we will learn in the next video. For now, we can just remember this. We are able to sort data types like integer, strings, and character. That is because they have implemented comparable interface. Because of this, we are able to sort the data. So that's it, guys. In the next video, we will see how we can sort complex data types. Hello and welcome to part 72. In this video, we will see how we can sort our complex data types in C#. In the last video, we have seen how we can sort our objects that of simple data types, integer, strings, float, etc. To sort a list of complex types using LINQ, the complex type has to implement comparable interface and provide implementation for compare to method that we have seen in the last video. Integer and string classes are already implementing comparable interface. That's why we are able to invoke dot sort method. However, if we are invoking sort method on a custom data type, on a complex data type, that time we are getting a compilation error. The compare to method returns an integer and the meaning of the return value is shown below. Okay, so the return type of the compare to is integer, and if the integer that is getting returned is greater than 0, the current instance is greater than the object being compared to. Okay, so if you see at this screenshot, if we are comparing an object, let's say customer object, and let's say we are comparing on the salary. So if the object salary, which is the current object and against which we are comparing, the salary is greater than, then we are returning 1. Okay, similarly, if we return less than 0, it means the object is less than the object, right? And if you're returning 0, it means the objects are equal, meaning the salaries are equal. Alternatively, you can also invoke compare to method like this, meaning instead of writing this logic on salary, because salary is of integer type and integer type is already having the compare to method, so we can invoke compare to method of integer class also. Okay, so let's understand in the Visual Studio how this will work. If you remember from the past video, when we were running our program just like this, we were getting the runtime error. We are getting failed to compare two elements in the array, right? Now let's implement the comparable interface in this. Okay, so I have implemented the comparable interface, and as you know, Once we have implemented an interface, it is mandatory to implement all the methods of that interface. So let's go ahead and provide definition for the interface, that is our compare to method. So what we can do, instead of having the object type, we can say customer here because we want to compare a customer, right? And let's say I want to compare based on the age, right? So what I will say, if this dot age is greater than obj dot age, meaning if we are comparing a customer with some other customer and the age of this customer is greater than the other customer, that means this will take the priority, meaning this customer is greater than the other customer. So I will return 1 from here, right? Else if this dot age is less than the obj dot age, that time I can return -1, right? Else I will return 0, right? So these are the three conditions. Using these three conditions, now C# compiler knows how to sort the customer object. One more thing, guys, the iComparable is a generic interface, so we can pass a generic data type here because we are comparing customer objects. So I can pass the customer reference here like this. Now you notice the compilation error is gone. And now if I try to run dot sort method, I will not receive any runtime error. You see, program has completed successfully and we have not received the runtime error. And to prove that the data is sorted, what we can do, we can run a for each loop. We can say customer in customers and print the name of the customer, and let's print the age also. Okay, so I am printing the name of the customer and then the age. And if you remember, we are sorting based on the age here, correct? So if I run my program now, you will notice our list is sorted, and you can see the lower the age, that customer is coming at the top, and highest the age is coming at the bottom. So we have sorted our customer list based on the age property. Okay, so this is how you can sort your complex data types by implementing the iComparable interface. And now let's say you want to sort based on the customer name. For that, what you can do, instead of writing all this logic, because name is of string data type and string data type is already implementing iComparable interface, what you can do, you can simply return this dot name dot compare to obj dot name, meaning the comparison will be done by the compare to method available in the string class, and that result will be passed here and the same result will be returned. So if I run my program now the customer will be sorted based on the name property. You can notice here now the name A is coming at the top and Jack is coming at the bottom. So that's what we have seen, how we can use compare to method and how we can invoke the inbuilt compare to method instead of writing our own logic. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will understand what is difference between a list and a dictionary. Hello and welcome to part 73. In this video, we will see what is the difference between a dictionary and a list and which one we should use in which scenario. This is also one of the most important interview question. In the past few videos, we have seen what is a dictionary and what is a list, and we have also seen some of the important features and the methods available for both of these. So in this video, just summarize what we have seen till now. We have seen dictionary is a collection of key value pairs. Okay, a dictionary stores data as key value pairs. Each key must be unique within the dictionary.
while the values can be repeated, right? And it is an efficient way to look up the values. Dictionary optimized for efficient lookup because in the dictionary we can look up the data based on keys. This makes them ideal for scenario where you need to quickly retrieve a value given a specific key, right? So if you have some data that is in some kind of key value format, for those kind of scenarios, dictionary is the best data structure to be used because dictionary typically use a hashed map implementation which provides a faster average case lookup times. Suppose you have some data like you are storing some country list based on some country code and you want to retrieve each country based on the country code. Meaning in this case you can have country code as the key and the country as the value that you want to store in the dictionary. In this case, when you will try to get a country using a country code, because country code is our key, the retrieval will be very fast. Now let's see some of the points about list. List is an ordered collection. A list stores elements in a specific order. Elements can be accessed by their index starting from 0. In the dictionary, we will access the elements by using key, right? However, in the list, we will use index, meaning we will use the position at which the element is stored, and using that position, we can access that element. Efficient random access. Lists are optimized for efficient random access of element based on their index. This makes them suitable for scenarios where you frequently need to access elements by their position. So if you want to get elements by using some key, you will go with dictionary. And if you want to access elements by their position, by meaning their indexes, you will go with list. So now let's understand more the data retrieval process. If your primary requirement is a fast data retrieval based on keys, a dictionary is a better choice. Dictionary provides constant time complexity of O notation 1 for retrieving value based on keys. Here is an example. So if you have a dictionary, you can pass the keys within the square brackets and this will fetch you the actual element from that dictionary. Sequential access and indexing. If your main concern is sequential access, so notice the difference here. What we are saying here, if your primary motive is to access the elements based on keys, you will go with dictionary. If your motive is to access the element sequentially or by using the indexes, list is more suitable. List maintains the order of elements and allow for an efficient sequential iteration. So if you want to just iterate all the elements with using a for loop or for each loop, so the list will be the most suitable one. Okay. So this is how you can retrieve data from a list. You can use the square brackets and within the square brackets, you can pass the index of the element that you want to access. Okay, consider the memory usage between deciding a dictionary and a list. Dictionary requires an additional memory to store key value pairs and manage a hash table. So what dictionary will do? It will keep the keys at a separate memory location. So that's why it needs some additional memory to store it. Lists, on the other hand, are more memory efficient because they don't have to keep track of the keys because they only store the elements without storing any keys. Duplicate keys or element. If your data includes duplicate keys or you require duplicate elements, a list is a better choice because you remember in dictionary we cannot have duplicate keys. If you try to store a duplicate key, you will receive a runtime error. A list allows duplicate elements and preserve the order of insertion. Dictionary, on the other hand, enforce unique keys and overwrite existing values if a duplicate key is added. Right? Let me show this in Visual Studio. Let's create a dictionary. Let's give the integer as the key and string as the value. Let me call it fruits. So I have created a new dictionary.
So now let's add an element to our dictionary. So what we can do, we can say fruits. And now let's try to print this fruit. We can say fruits and we can access the element by using the key, right? And again, if you want to store an element with the same key, let's see what will happen. Let me store orange this time. And if I try to access again my element with the same key, you can notice here we are using this still, we are using the same key 101. And if I run my program now, you will notice first 101 key was assigned to Apple, but when we try to use the same key to store the element orange, it will just overwrite the data and store orange in that place. Now we have lost Apple from our dictionary. Keep in mind the complexity of the operation also. When selecting a data structure, dictionaries have constant time complexity for retrieval but may have higher overhead for insertion and deletion due to the hash table management. So guys, whenever you are adding or removing elements from a dictionary has to manage the keys. So whenever a new element is coming, so dictionary has to hash that key and insert that new key in the hash table, right? And whenever a element is getting deleted, the dictionary has to remove that key from that hash table. So this is the overhead that will be there when you're using dictionary, and there are frequent insertion and deletions. Lists have linear time complexity O of n for searching, insertion, and deletion, but perform well for sequential access. In most of the cases, guys, you will be using list only because in a real life scenario, the most of the scenario you have to access the data sequentially. But suppose if you have a scenario where you want to access your data based on some keys, I have given this example earlier also, like you have countries and you are storing those countries using some country code and you want to access those countries using the country code. In that case, you can go with dictionary. Let's understand this in Visual Studio. Okay, so I have created a class country. This country class has three properties: name, code, and capital, right? And I am creating some object of my country class. So I have added some countries like Australia, India, United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. And I have added those countries in my dictionary. I have created a dictionary with key of type string, and the value is nothing but the country object. So what I'm doing, I'm storing the countries with the key, and the key is nothing but my country code, right? So this particular property will be our key, right? And now we are writing a program. We are asking a user to enter the country code, and we are getting the input from the user and changing it to uppercase and storing that input in string country code variable. Once that is done, then we are checking if that country code is present in the dictionary or not. If that is present, then we are going ahead and getting that particular value using the square brackets, and we are passing the key here which user has entered, else we are storing null in the variable, right? And then we have a simple if check. If the result that we're getting from the above line is null, then we are printing the country code you have entered does not exist. And if there is a country code available in the dictionary, then we are fetching, then we are printing that particular country name and the capital of that country. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run this program. My program is running, and now let's enter some country code. Let me print GBR, that is the country code for United Kingdom, and let me hit enter. You will see we are entering the United Kingdom as our country name and capital as London. And if I run my program again and give some garbage value, let's say test 123, you will notice we will receive the error message, country code you entered does not exist. So our program is working as expected. So guys, in these kind of scenarios, you can use dictionary where you have to access the element
based on some key. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will understand some of the other important methods that are available for the list class. Hello and welcome to part 74. In this video, we will see some of the other important methods that are available in list class, and those methods we have not discussed yet. So the first one is true for all. True for all returns true or false depending on whether if every element in the list matches the condition defined by the specific predicate. So basically what we will do in this method, we will check all the items are matching some particular condition or not. Let's go to Visual Studio and try this out. Okay, so I have opened up my Visual Studio. Here I have created a simple customer class that has three properties: ID, name, and address. And what I have done, I have created a list named customers, and I have added three customer in my list, right? And I'm printing those three customer. Okay, so what true for all can do, if I want to check a condition on all the elements, suppose I want to check if all my customers are having name that is of length greater than 3. So what I can do, I can say customers, right? This is our list object, and on this I will put a dot here, and I will find true for all, like this. And if you check this method, it returns a boolean and it will take a predicate. And if you remember, predicate is nothing but a condition. So what we can do, we can specify a condition here: customer x such that x dot name dot length is greater than 3, right? So what we are checking, we are checking if elements present in my list having a name property and that name property is having length greater than 3 or not. If it is true for all the customer, then it will return true, else it will return false. Let's see this. So let me declare a variable bool and let me call it result. Okay, and now let's just print the result. Let's remove this piece of code for now and run this application. You can see we are receiving true because all the customers in our customer list are having name with length greater than 3. But let's suppose I will change my condition to, I will change it such that it will fail for one customer. Let's say I will put 4, 3, 7, and 8. So this customer is having length of 8 characters, right? So I will say if all the customers are having name greater than 9 or maybe 8 also, because it is equal to 8, it is not greater than 8. So this condition will not be true for this particular customer, and we should be receiving a false result here. Let's run this program. You will notice we are receiving false here because this particular predicate or this particular condition is not true for all the customers. It is false for the first one. Okay, so this is how true for all will work. Now let's move to the next method, that is as read only. It returns a read only wrapper for the current collection. Use this method if you don't want the client to modify this collection. So if you want to create a read only kind of collection and you don't want anyone to modify, meaning you don't want anyone to add or remove elements from your list or your collection, you can use this method and this will return a read only collection. Guys, remember the difference. It will not return you a list, it will return you a read only collection. Okay, a list is also a collection, but in list we can add or remove elements, but in a read only collection we cannot add or remove elements. Okay, you can only read the elements but you cannot remove or add it. Okay, let's go to Visual Studio and see this also. So let's remove this piece of code, and what I want to do, I want to change my customer list to a read only collection. So what I can call customer dot as read only, and if you hover over on the read only method, you will see it returns a collection, and the collection of read-only type, right? And you can see the description also returns a read-only collection wrapper for the current collection. So it will convert our list to a read-only collection. So I can store this result in a read-only collection of customer. Let me call it customers. So I have to use this interface, I read-only collection here, right? And now let's see if we are able to add a new customer to this collection or not. So if I say customers arrow dot, you will see there is no add method in the list, right? There is no add method. If I try to put add here, you will see we will get a compilation error. It will say add method is not available, right? And similarly, there will be no remove method also, right? Because remove is also not available for this collection, but we can read from this collection. So let's use a for each loop, right? And just print the customer's name like this. And if I run my program now, you can see I'm able to print the customer names. So guys, this is how you can use read-only collection by using the method as read-only. Okay, now let's move to the next method, that is trim access. This sets the capacity to the actual number of the elements present in the list if that number is less than the threshold value. Let's see this in Visual Studio. So what we can do when creating a list, we can define the capacity here, meaning how many elements we are going to store. And again guys, list is dynamic in nature. Even if you specify some number here, it does not mean it will not allow you to add any more elements in that. It is just a way to tell the compiler, I want to create a collection of this much size, so that compiler will allocate some memory for you. So what I can do, I can specify this size. Yes, let's say I have specified size 1000 here, right? And if I try to print the capacity of my customers at this point, right? Let's remove this piece of code. You will notice we have the capacity 1000. So I have added 3 customer, but there is a lot of space empty in my collection, in my list collection, right? And to trim that extra space, what we can do, we can invoke trim access method, right? And if I print the capacity after this, you can see here, first the capacity was 1000, and after calling the trim access method, it has reduced the capacity to 3, right? But again, always remember, this is a dynamic collection. If we add an element in our list again, let me add this element with id 4, and let's print the capacity one more time like this and run the program. You will notice the capacity is again increased to 6, right? So this is the use case of trim access. Let's move to the next method, that is for each. So guys, before this you were using for each loop like this, right? You were using a for each loop, you were using this kind of syntax and printing all the elements of the collection. But there is an inbuilt for each method also that you can utilize. Let me show you how. Let me first remove this piece of code. We don't need this. And let's remove this hard-coded capacity from this collection. Okay, so what for each can do, instead of writing this method like this, what I can do, I can simply invoke customers dot for each method. And if you hover over on the for each method, you will notice it takes an action. Guys, we will understand in the upcoming videos what is an action, but you can understand for now, action is a kind of method that we are declaring on file. meaning when calling this for each method, I will be declaring and calling that method. So what I will be doing here, this for each method takes the customer object like this. And what we can do now, I can put curly braces here, and within the curly braces, I will say print x dot name, and after that maybe I will print x dot address also, like this. So instead of using a for each like this, I can call for each using this for each method itself. I don't have to declare a new for each loop, because in C sharp the list collection is already having a for each method. So if you want to make the syntax a bit better, you can write the code like this, so it will be more readable, right? And if you want to add a separator like this, you can put that also. And let's comment out this piece of code and run the application. You will notice we are able to iterate through all the elements using this for each method. Okay, so guys, that's it for this video. This concludes all the topic that I wanted to discuss with you regarding list class. And from the upcoming videos, we are going to understand queue collection. Hello and welcome to part 75. In this video, we will see what is a queue in C Sharp. Queue is a generic FIFO. We call it FIFO also. It stands for first in, first out collection that present in system.collection.generic namespace. We have already seen dictionary and list. Those two are also example of generic collection. Generic collection means we can store any type of data inside those, right? If you remember from the last videos, we were storing complex data or simple data inside the list and dictionaries, right? So now let's understand about queue collection also. The queue collection is analogous to a queue at the ATM machine to withdraw money, right? The order in which people are queuing up will be the order in which they will be able to get out of the queue and withdraw money from the ATM. If you have ever visited to an ATM, you might be seeing queue there. So whoever is coming first will be the person who will be withdrawing the money first. So the queue collection operates in a similar fashion. The first item to be added, we can say enqueued also in queue terms, will be the first item to be removed or de-enqueued from the queue, right? To add items in the end of the queue, we use enqueue method, and to remove an item that is present at the beginning of the queue, we use dequeue method. So I have opened up my Visual Studio. To understand the queue, let's create a method first. Public static void main, right? And let's create a queue using the queue class. And it is of generic type, so we can provide integer, float, string, any simple data type. And again, because it is generic type, we can provide something complex data type also, let's say customer. So those things will also work just like a list and a dictionary. So for now, let's create a queue that will store string data type. So I will provide string within my Angular brackets, and let's call it names. And let's use the new keyword and create a queue, right? And now to add elements or to add items in a queue, we will use .enqueue method. If you remember in the list, we were using .add method. Similarly, in names, we have enqueue method. And if you see, enqueue is taking an element of type string. Because we have created the queue of type string, so we can only store string in it. And if I try to add some other data type, let's say I will try to add integer, we will get the compilation error. It will say we are not able to convert int to string. Okay, so queue provides the type safety also, just like list and dictionaries. So let's add some name, let's say Mark. Okay, so this is how you will add a item inside the queue. Let's add three names. So I have added three names in my queue, and To access the elements from the queue, there are two methods. Let's see first one, that is dequeue. Okay, so just like in queue, we can use dequeue to remove the first element from the queue. Let's say string output equal to names.dequeue. Okay, so if you hover over on dequeue method, you will see it will return a string because the queue is of string type, and whatever the name will come, that we will get from the output. Okay, so now let's see what we will get when we get the output. Okay, so we are not specifying any index or any kind of parameters here. We are just calling the dequeue method. So by default, queue are designed in such a way the first element that we are adding, that will be the first element that we will get out of the queue. Correct? If I run my program, you will see we will get the first element, that is mark. Correct? We'll see mark here. And if I run my dequeue method again, let's copy paste these lines and put it here. Let's call it output 2 this time. And if we run the program again, we'll see first we got the mark, then we got the PAM. And if I check the number of elements present in my queue, let's see what will happen. Let's put a console write line. Let's say number of elements in queue equal to, we can use names dot count. So using the count property, we can find the number of elements present in the queue. Okay, so let's put it after this and after the second dequeue method also. So what we are doing, we are dequeuing the element twice and we are printing the number of elements after that. Let's see what will happen. Let's do one thing. Let's put this line console.write line before dequeuing any element. So okay, so this will be the initial count, and we'll see the count as and when we dequeue the elements. If I run my program now, you will notice first we had the element number of elements 3 in the queue, then we dequeued mark, then mark is removed from the queue and we got only 2 elements in the queue, and then we dequeued PAM, and then the final count will be the 1. So what I'm trying to say here, whenever you will call dequeue method, it will remove the element from the queue, right? Because it is first in, first out. Let's go back to slides now. So we have seen how we can use enqueue and dequeue. Okay, so we can use for each loop also to iterate through the elements in the queue, but it will not remove the items, right? And we can also use contains method to check if an element is present in the queue or not. Let's see both of these in Visual Studio. So instead of calling dequeue, because dequeue will remove the element, but if you just want to see what are the elements present in my queue, you can use a for each loop. Let me show you how. If I run my program, you will see we got all 3 elements. If I try to print the count after printing all the elements, you can see we still have 3 elements inside the queue, because when we run the for each loop, it will only just get that element and print that. It will not remove that element from the queue. If you want to remove the element from the queue, you need to use the denqueue method. And we can use contains method to check if an element is present or not. Okay, so for that, let's see how we can use contains. So if you put contains here and put bracket here, it will give you the suggestion what you can check. So contains, we can provide the item that you want to check. Let's see, I want to check if PAM is present in my queue or not. Okay, let's store this output. So whatever result we will get from contains method, that will be stored in the result, and because it will return a boolean, so I need to change my return type to boolean. Okay, once that is done, let's go ahead and print the result using console.write line. And because PAM is present, so as expected we will get
through here, and if I say something random value XYZ and run it again, we will get the false. So now we know what is NQ, what is TQ, and what is contains method will do. Okay. But if you want to see what is the first element present at the beginning of the queue, what you can do, you can use peek method. Let me show you how. String space result names dot peek. Okay. If I hover over on peek method, you can see here returns the object at the beginning of the queue without removing it, because DQ will remove the element from the beginning, but if you use the peek method, it will not remove that from the beginning. If I say console.writeLine and print the result, and let's do one thing, let's do the same thing again. We will again peek it, and let's call it result2 and run the program. You will notice we will get mark 2 times, because peek will not remove the element. Using peek, we can just see the element which is present at the beginning of the queue, right? So we call the peek, we got mark, and the element is not removed. That's why at line number 20, when we called peek again, we again got the mark, because mark is still present at the beginning of the queue, right? Okay. So this is one of the interview question also. What is the difference between DQ and peek? So here's the difference. DQ method will remove and return the item from the beginning of the queue, whereas peek returns the item at the beginning of the queue without removing it. So both will return the item that is present at the beginning, but DQ will remove the item, peek will not remove the item. And guys, to prove that we can store complex data type also inside the dictionary, let's create a complex data type. Let's call it customer. And this customer has 4 properties: ID, name, email, and phone number. Now let's create some objects. So I have created 5 objects of this class using some random data. And now let's create a queue collection that can store customer type, right? So let's call it customers and queue, and we can use customer dot enqueue method, and this time if you hover over on enqueue method, you will see it expect a customer type. And similar to enqueue, you can dequeue the elements also. So if I say customer result equal to customer.dequeue, I will get the first element that is in the queue, and we only have one element, that is customer one, so we will receive the customer one in the result. And if I print name of the customer like this and run my program, you will notice we will get the John Doe here, because it was the first element in the queue. All right, so this is how you can use queue with the complex data type also. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will try to create a simple program using queue. Hello and welcome to part 76. In this video, we will try to understand queue with help of a real-time example. Let's consider a banking scenario. We have a bank, and here we will have customer that will be coming to our bank. Okay, so there will be 2 stages in our bank. First, the customer will register itself. Okay, so first one is the registration, and second one is to process the account. Okay, so there will be one employee that will be sitting here that will do the registration, and another employee that will do the actual creation of the bank account. So let's suppose registration of account, let's takes only 2 minutes. Okay, and processing the account takes around 1 hour. Okay, so what will happen in real time? Customers will be keep on coming. So we will have customer one, customer two. They will be keep coming and going to the registration, and this guy will do the registration within 2 minutes, and it will put those customer in a queue. All right.
as and when customer will come, those will go inside the queue. And here this guy who will actually process the accounts, he will read through the queue and process the customers one by one. So whoever is coming first, he will process that, then the second one, and so on. So what we are doing here, we are trying to replicate a real-time scenario where the customer will be doing registration at one place and simultaneously one other guy will be doing the actual processing and creating the bank accounts, right? So let's see how we can use queues in this kind of scenario. Let's open up the Visual Studio and first create two methods. First, that will do the registration. That will mimic the registration process, and the other one that will do the actual processing. Okay. So let's go to the Visual Studio. Okay. So I have opened up my Visual Studio, and let's create the method that will do the registration. Let me say public static void register, right? So what register method will do, it will ask the customer their name and it will add that customer to a queue. So let's first create a queue also. Let me create a queue, public static queue, and for simplicity let's create a queue of string type. So we will just add the customer names, and based on the customer names we will create the bank account. In the real time there will be some other fields also, like customer ID, customer salary, customer age. Those kind of fields will also be there in the real time, but for our example let's create a simple queue of string type and add the customer with their customer name in the queue. Okay, so let me call it customers like this, and what I will do, I will ask the question to the user. Once that is done, we will read the input from the user using console.readLine, right? And we'll capture that input in a string variable. Let's call it name. And once we have the name, we will just put this name in our queue. So we'll use customers.enqueue.name. So if you remember from the last video, we can use enqueue method to add elements in our queue. Okay, so this is our register method, and let's say to simulate the real-time behavior we can add a delay in this process. So let's say to register this we will take 2 seconds. Let me use thread.sleep. Okay guys, so if you don't know about this method thread.sleep, this can be used to add some simulated delay to your program. So this line will take 2 seconds to complete the execution because we have provided 2000 here and this takes milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds means 2 seconds. So register process will take 2 seconds. Okay. Now what we need to do? We need to create one more method that will do the actual processing and create the bank account. Okay. So let's call it process. Okay, we can call it process customers also because we are processing customers, right? So what this guy will do, this will take the customer which is there in the queue, customer equal to customers dot dequeue. So we will take the first customer from the beginning of the queue, right? And once that is done, what we'll do, we'll print. And to again add some delay here, let's provide some delay of 10 seconds this time. Okay. So we'll take 10 seconds to process one customer. Now that is done. Now what we need to do, we need to call these two methods inside our main method, register and process customer, and we need to call them in parallel. Okay. Okay, so to call two methods in parallel, we have a parallel class. And guys, if you don't know about parallel class, don't worry. In the future videos, we will going to cover multi-threading and parallel concept also. For now, you can understand using parallel, we can invoke two methods parallelly. So I can use parallel dot invoke and I can pass my method names which I want to invoke parallelly. So I can say register and I will give the second method, that is process customers. So these two methods I want to invoke parallelly. So I have added these two here. Now if I run my program, let's see what will happen. You see, we got an error because queue was empty and we ran the process customers method. And when we try to dequeue the element, we received the invalid operation exception. So we cannot dequeue any element if the queue is empty. First, we need to add some elements, then only we can dequeue it. Okay, so avoid this. Let's do one thing. We'll call, we will call process customers only if we have some data in this. So we'll say customer.count is greater than 0, then only go ahead and process this. If I run my program now, let's see what will happen. Now we are not getting any runtime exception. And see what will happen when I give my customer name here. Let's say Mark here. And you notice nothing is happening here. That is because we have invoked the program register. Okay. Then it asked for the customer name and then it included the customer and then it went for the sleep for 2 seconds. But we have also invoked parallelly process customers also. So while we were entering the customer name, that time this code was already executed, correct? That's why we did not process this customer. To resolve this, what we can do, we can put inside this in infinite loop because we want to keep processing the elements till when the program is running. So we have put this in a while loop, right? And now let's try to run this program. Let me add Mark here. Now let's wait for some time. Let the process customer method to complete run. You can see Mark is processed, it's getting printed here. That is because every 10 seconds we are going into this loop. Every 10 seconds we are again checking if the customer count is greater than 0, then we are processing that customer. Okay, so now we are able to process one customer in this program, right? But in real case, the multiple customer will be coming simultaneously, right? So that time this registration should also be in a loop, correct? So let's do one thing. Let's put a while loop here, while. So we want to keep running this infinitely. And let's put this piece of code here. And for now, let's reduce this time to register the customer to half a second so that we can register multiple customer within our 10-second window. Let's see what will happen now. So it is asking me to enter the customer name. Let me add Mark. It again asking me, I will add Pam, John, Arm, hello. So I have added these customers and you see now one by one we will be processing these customers. So as and when we are adding the elements in my list, those elements are getting processed in the same sequence, correct? So let's add some more now. Just add A, B, C, D, E. Let's see what will happen now. Again, A is processed because we are continuing, because we are executing this method in parallel, right? And this is under the while loop. So this code will be keep executing and we will be keep processing the customer whichever is coming in the queue, right? So that's why you can see here A is processed, B is processed, C is processed. As and when we are getting the customers, we are processing them in the process customers method. So let me stop this because this is in while loop and it will never end. So I will just terminate my program like this. Okay guys, so this was a very simple program that we have created using queues. Here we have used register method to register our customers, and in the registration process we are not doing much. We are just asking the customer their name and we are adding that customer in the queue. And then the guy that will do the actual processing, that will actually go ahead and create the customers inside the banking system. This guy will read from the queue and it will do some processing, and to simulate the processing we have added 10 seconds delay, and once that processing is done we are printing that customer is processed, meaning that customer account is created. Okay guys, that's it for this video. In the next video we will understand what is a stack in C#. Hello and welcome to part 77. In this video we will see what is a stack in C#. If you remember, in the last couple of videos we have understood queue. In queue we were using first in first out concept. So we were enqueuing the items, right, and we were dequeuing it from the other end. So the item that was coming first, that was the item that will get out of the queue first, right? That's why we call it first in first out. But in stack it will be very different. Let's see how stack will work. In stack we will push the item at top of the stack. Let's see this example where, let's say, there is already one item in this stack and we are adding one more item, that is number 2 in this stack. So that new item will be placed at the top of the earlier item, right? So we have 1, then 2 will be placed, and if we have one more item then the 3 will be on top of 2. Now when we try to access the element we will get the top item, because in stack we will access the items from the top itself, right? So if we go back, you see we are enqueuing the item, we are adding the item from one side and we are removing the item from the other side. That's why first item that was getting inserted was the first item that will be removed, but in stack it will be opposite. The last item that is inserted will be the first item that will be removed. So that's why it is called last in first out. Okay, so stack represents a last in first out collection of object. It is used when you need a last in first out access of items, right? When you add an item in the list, it is called pushing the item, okay? And when you remove from it, it is called popping the item. So when you add a item in a stack, that is called as pushing. And when you remove an item from the stack, that is called as popping. This class comes under system.collection namespace, right? This stack collection is analogous to stack of plates. If we have seen stack of plates, how it will look like plate 1, then plate 2, plate 3, like we will create a stack of plates, right? And when we remove the plate, the top plate will be removed first. Okay, so if you add a new plate to this stack of plate, you place it on the top of already existing plates, right? You will not go ahead and put the plates in between or at the end. You will put the plate at the top, right? And if you want to remove a plate, you will take the plate from the top. It means a stack of plates will behave like a stack only, and that will follow the last in first out principle. The stack collection class also operates in similar fashion. The last item to be added or to be pushed will be the first item to be removed, or we can call to be popped. To insert an item at the top of the stack, we will use the push method, and to remove the item from the top of the stack, we will use the pop method. So now let's go to Visual Studio and try to create a stack and try to invoke push and pop method and see how they will behave. Okay, I have opened up my Visual Studio. Now let's try to create a stack. To create a stack, we need to use stack class. And let's try to create a stack of numbers. So I will call integers here, and let's call it numbers equal to new stack of integer. So this is how you will create a stack. Okay. And you can notice again it is a generic type, so I can give any data type. I can give string, float, boolean, or any complex data type also. Okay, so if you see here, stack class represent a variable size last in first out collection of instances of the same specified type. So I can specify the size of the stack also, let's say 5. Okay, but it is again dynamic in nature. If we try to add 6 element also, it will reallocate the memory and allow us to add 6 item also. So there is no such restrictions. Okay, so now stack is ready. Let's try to add some numbers in our stack. To add numbers or to add any item in a stack, we will use the push method. So if you hover over on the push method, you will see push will push will take a parameter of integer type, because the stack is of integer type. So stack will also provide the type safety. And if I try to add some other type of data, let's say ABC, we will get the compilation error telling we are not able to convert string to integer. Okay, so type safety will come with stacks. So let's add the number 1. Okay, so let's add 4 numbers, 2, 3 and 4. So see the sequence. First we are adding 1, then 2, then 3 and then 4. Now to access the items present in the stack, we will use the pop method. Let's see how. So let's say int result equal to numbers dot pop. So using pop, we can remove the items from the top of the stack. You can read here also, removes and returns the object at the top of the stack. So whatever is present at the top, that will be returned. Okay, so at the top, what we have? We have 1, right? 2, 3, 4. So at the top, we will be having 4, because if you remember from this image, the items that is coming at the end will be sitting at the top. So in our example here, 4 is coming at the last, so 4 will be sitting at the top of the stack. And when we will do the pop, the 4 will come out and get stored in the result variable. So if I do console.writeLine and print result here and run my program, you will notice we are getting 4 here, because 4 was the last item, and that's why we call it last in first out also. Okay, and again, once you pop the item, that will be removed from the stack. To prove that, let's print the size of the stack, and to print the size of the stack, we can use numbers dot count property. Okay, this was the initial size. Let's put the size after the pop operation also. Let's run the program. You will notice first we were having the 4 items in our stack, but once we did the pop at line number 24, we only have 3 items, right? So pop will remove the item from the stack. Let's go back to slides. Okay, a for each loop can also be used to iterate through the items that are available in the stack, but it will not remove it from the stack. Only pop method will remove it. Let's use a for each loop and print the items that are available in the stack. So I have written a for each loop that is iterating through, and this for loop is iterating through all the numbers present in the stack. Let's run the program. And you notice here we are getting 4, 3, 2, 1. We are getting the items in the reverse order because stack follows last in first out principle. And again, for each will not remove the items from the stack, only the pop method will remove it. And if I put my count property after doing the for each loop, you will notice the size of the stack is still 4. Okay. To check if an item exists in this stack or not, we can use contains method, right? So let's say you want to check if 3 is available in this stack or not. You can use contains method for that. You can use numbers dot contains, and let's say you want to check if 3 is available or not, and let's put this in a result variable. It will return a boolean, true if it is present and false if it is not present. Let's call it result, and run the program. Because 3 is available in our stack, we will get true here, but if I put some random number and run the program, we will receive the false. So contains method can be used to check if an item is present or not in a stack. Okay, so here is one important question. What is the difference between pop and peek method? So just like queue, we have the peek method in stack also. So if you want to check what is the item that is present at the top of the stack, you can use peek method. Peek will not remove that item. It will just return that item to you, right? So you can use numbers dot peek and run the program. You can see we got 4 here, that because 4 was present at the top of the stack, and size remains 4 because peek will not remove the item from the stack. Okay, so here is the difference. Pop method will remove the items and returns it, whereas peek will return the item at the top that is present at the top of the stack without removing it. Okay, so this is one of the important interview question. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will try to create a simple program using stack collection. Hello and welcome to part 78. In this video, we will try to create a simple program and understand how we can use stack in real time. Let's consider a scenario of an internet browser. Okay, so how internet browser will work? When you enter a URL, right, and you will visit that page, right, that page will open and you will see that page. And when you enter a second URL, let's say URL2, then that page will open and you will see that new URL, right? This was first and this was 2. Okay, so and when you hit on back button, so in every browser we will have a back button. So what will happen? The back button, on click of back button, we will open the URL1, right? Let's say you have visited page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, right? At page 4, you have hit the go back button, right? Then we will go back to the third page, right? So what I'm trying to say here in the internet browser, when we click on go back button, we will follow the last in first out mechanism. So whatever URL you have visited recently, that you will be getting it, right? So if you have a stack of URLs, okay, so this is a stack of URL. So the URL that you will visit, go there, then on top of that, and when you click on go back button, the topmost URL will be returned, then the recent one, and then the last one. All right, so this is how the URL browser will work. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio and try to create or replicate this kind of scenario using stacks. Okay, so I have opened up my Visual Studio. So let's first create a stack that can hold URLs. The URLs is of string data type. So we can create a stack of string data type. So I'm creating this stack at class level. So I will give public static stack, right, of string data type, and let's call it URLs equal to new stack. Okay, so in a browser, we will have two operations. In our browser, we have seen either we will visit a new URL or we will click on the go back button and visit the previous URL. So what I will do in this method, I will take a parameter of string data type, and the parameter name is URL because we are taking a URL, and whatever URL user is visiting, that we are pushing in this stack of URLs. If you remember, we have created this stack with variable URL. So in that stack, we have pushed that URL that user is now visiting, and we are printing a simple message URL processed. So let's add the URL link also, which we have processed. Now the second method will be to handle the go back activity. So what I need to do on click of go back option, on click of go back, we want to get the URL from the stack and process that one, right? For that, I have added this method. It is go back method. This will not take any arguments. First, we will check if the elements present in the elements is 0 or not. If it is 0, meaning stack is empty, that time we are saying there is no history left because nothing is there in the history. So we cannot click on go back button. And if it is not 0, then we are doing a pop operation. We are taking the last element that was added to the stack and storing it in the last URL and returning that last URL to the user. Okay. So now let's try to create a simple interface using our console.writeLine methods and console.readLine methods. So what we want to do, we want to ask the user if they want to visit a new website or they want to click on go back. So I have used this console.write method, and I am asking the user, do you want to browse a new URL? If they want to browse a new URL, they can enter N, and if they want to go back, they can enter B. Okay. After that, I will store the user's input in a variable called input like this. So I have created a string input variable, and I'm using console.readLine to read a line from the user. Okay. Then I will check if the user has given N or B, right? Let's check that using if and else. So let's see what we are doing here. So in the if, I'm checking if the user has entered N. If user has entered N, it means they want to visit a new URL. So I am printing the message, enter the URL you want to visit. Okay. So I am taking the URL from the user, and once the URL is received from the user, I am calling the new URL method, meaning I will be coming here and pushing that URL to the stack, right? And if they have not entered N, and if they have entered B or anything else than N, that time I'm coming to the else block and I'm calling go back method, right? And if you remember, go back method will either return this string if there is no history left, or it will return the last URL that you have visited, right? So I will store the last URL in the last URL variable, and I will print that on the console using you visited last URL. Okay, so this is how I'm checking the user's input. So now let's run this program and see what we have achieved till now. So I'm getting the message, do you want to browse a new URL or you want to go back? Let's say there is no URL present in the stack, and if I still say go back, meaning I'm providing a negative scenario, I'm clicking on go back even though there is no history. Let's see what will happen. We will get the message there is no history left and program will terminate, right? Let's rerun the program, and this time instead of going back, let's say I'm entering N here. So I'm getting a prompt, enter the URL that you want to visit. Let me add twitter.com, and B, that URL is processed, and we are getting twitter.com here. URL process twitter.com because this method was called, right? And after that, program was terminated. Okay. And to simulate a real-time scenario, we want to do it in a while loop because we want to keep executing, or because we want to keep visiting new URLs, and we should allow user to click on go back also whenever they want. So let's put this in a do while loop like this. So I want to do this thing, right? Till the user want to continue. So let's create a variable here, string continue flag. Okay, let's initialize it to while. So by default, we will assume user want to continue, and we want to give a condition here while continue flag is equal to y. So we are continuing this loop till this flag is y. So let's ask the user if they want to continue or not. So here I'm asking the user if they want to continue or not. If they press y, it means they want to continue, and we will do the same operation again. If no, then we will terminate the program. Okay. So we are using a do while loop here, and now let's run the program. Now it is asking me, do you want to browse a new URL or you want to go back? I will select N, so that it will ask me the URL to enter. So I am entering facebook.com. Okay, so this URL is processed and it is asking me, do you want to continue? Yes, I want to continue. Do you want to browse a new URL? Again, I will say N. Let me say twitter.com this time. Again, do you want to continue? Yes, I want to continue. Do you want to browse a new URL? Yes, I want to browse a new URL. And let me enter reddit.com. Okay, do you want to continue? Yes. Okay, now I don't want to browse a new URL. I want to go back, right? So what is the URL which is there? I have recently visited. I have visited reddit.com. So if I click on go back button, what will happen? Let's say I pressed B. So it means it has fetched reddit.com from the stack and it has printed you visited reddit.com, right? If you notice, first I visited facebook.com, then twitter.com, then reddit.com. So Reddit was at the top of the stack, and when we said go back here, it retrieved reddit.com and printed this here. Let's do this one more time. I will say continue, and again I will go back. This time I got twitter.com because before Reddit I was at twitter.com. Again, we are following the last in first out. We removed Reddit from the stack, then we removed Twitter from the stack. And if I continue again, and if I say go back one more time, this time we got facebook.com because Facebook was the first URL that we have visited, right? So in the reverse order, we are getting our URLs back. And if I say I want to continue again, and I click on go back again, this time you can see you visited, there's no URL left. There is no URL left in this tag because we have visited all the URLs that were there in this tag, right? And now I don't want to continue. I will just say end here, and this time program will terminate and it will close. Okay guys, so this was a very simple program to understand how stack can be used in a real-time scenario. In the next video, we will understand what is operator overloading. Hello and welcome to part 79. In this video, we will understand operator overloading. Before proceeding with this video, I would request you to please watch part 6 where we have discussed common operators that are available in C#, part 24 where we have discussed what is polymorphism and how polymorphism can be achieved in C#, part 26 also where we have discussed method overloading. In this video, we will discuss operator overloading. The concept of overloading a method can also be applied to operators also. If you remember from the method overloading concept, we were creating methods with the same name, but we were differentiating the methods by passing different number of parameters, or the type of parameters were different. Same concept can be applied in operator overloading also. Operator overloading gives us the ability to use the same operator to do various operations. It provides additional capabilities to C# operators when they are applied to user-defined data types. Only predefined set of C# operators can be overloaded. Okay. Example, we can overload plus, negative sign, forward slash, multiply, and percentage. I mean, these are some of the example, but there are other operators also that we can overload, and there are some operators that we cannot overload also. So there is some limitation. An operator can be overloaded by defining a method to it. The method of the operator is declared by using operator keyword. So when you are overloading an operator, you have to use the operator keyword. Let's go to Visual Studio and see the basic syntax, and then we will try to create a simple application using operator overloading. So I have opened up my Visual Studio. Till now what you were saying, like if I have an integer a and if I say integer a equal to 2 plus 3, like this we were using operators, right? So plus here means we were doing the addition. But when we say operator overloading, it means we can achieve multiple things by using this particular operator. Let's say you have a class customer. So I have created a class customer, and here I have two properties, name of type string and balance of type integer. And I have created two customer objects, customer 1 and customer 2. And I have provided customer 1 name as Mark, customer 2 as Mark copy. So what happened in this case, right? We have by mistakenly created two customers, Mark and Mark copy, but in reality, only one customer is there with name Mark. Okay, let's assume this scenario. So what we want to do in this case, we want to merge these two customers. What I want to do, I want to say customer new merged customer equal to customer 1 plus customer 2. I want to create only one copy of my Mark customer object, right? And when I'm doing the merging, what I want to do, I want to merge the balances also. So if you notice here, we are receiving compilation error here. You can see here the error message operator plus cannot be applied to operands of type customer. So we cannot apply plus operator when we are dealing with customer objects. If you want to use this syntax, if you want to use plus operator in your custom class, then you need to overload the plus operator. To overload an operator, we need to use public keyword because we want to make it public. And the method should be static. So whenever you are overloading an operator, you need to create a static method. And now let's define the return type because we want to return a merged customer. So let me define the return type as customer, right? And now we need to use the operator keyword. Okay. And now I need to specify which operator I am overloading. So in our case, we are overloading plus operator. So let's specify plus here. And now I need to define the parameter which this method will receive, right? And in my case, it will receive the customer 1 and customer 2. Okay, so let's define those, customer A and customer B. And what I want to do inside my this method, I want to create a new customer object and merge these two objects which are received here as customer A and B and return that. So let's create an object of customer type first. Let's call it result equal to new customer. And what will be this customer? This will have the name property from the first customer, right? That's what we said. We want to keep the name as Mark and we want to keep the balance from this customer also and this customer also, right? So let's create the balance property also, and let's say a dot balance, and we also want the balance from the second object also. And now let's return this result object from here. If you notice here, we are not receiving any compilation error now. That red squiggly line that we were getting, that is gone now. And if you try to build your application, you will notice build is succeeded. Okay, so now let's go ahead and print the result that we have received, new merged customer dot name, and let's print the balance also like this. And let's run this program. As you can see, we have the name as Mark and balance is merged. 100 from this customer, 300 from this customer. That's why we are seeing the balance as 400 now, right? So this is how you can overload operators in C Sharp. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will continue our discussion on operator overloading and try to create a real-time simple program using operator overloading concept. Hello and welcome to part 80. In this video, we will continue our discussion on operator overloading and try to create a simple program using operator overloading. Let's suppose you have a class with name box. Okay. So box class has three properties: length, width, and height. Okay. And you have created two box objects. Let's say box 1 and box 2. And now what you want to do in your program, you want to check if box 1 is greater than box 2, right? You want to do some if logic, and based on this logic you want to do some programming, right? Okay, so here we are using greater than operator on box 1 object, and our box class is not overloading greater than operator. Okay, so we need to overload the greater than operator, and we need to provide the logic how we can tell if box 1 is greater than box 2 or not. So in our case, let's assume we want to calculate the volume, and we will say if volume of box 1 is greater than volume of box 2, then box 1 is greater than box 2, right? So this is what we want to achieve. So now let's go to Visual Studio and try to create this application. I have opened up my Visual Studio. Now let's create a box class, public class box, right? And as we have discussed, box will have three properties. Let's create a constructor also. And even now we can create our these properties as private because we already provided the constructor for the user. Okay. So people can use this constructor to create objects of box class. Now let's create two box objects. And now I want to check if box 1 is greater than box 2. I have created an if else block where I am checking if box 1 is greater than box 2, then I'm printing box 1 is greater than box 2, else I am printing box 2 is greater than box 1. And if you notice, we are getting a red squiggly line here, and that is because we have not overloaded this operator in our box class. So now let's do one thing. Let's overload this operator and try to implement the logic that we have discussed, meaning we will check if the volume of box 1 is greater than box 2 or not and return the result accordingly. Before overloading the operator, let's create one more method that will be calculate, or let's call it get volume, right? And this will do nothing. This will just return so we are not doing anything, we're just calculating the volume and returning that volume from this method. And I have created this method as private, so I cannot invoke this method from my demo class. And now let's overload this operator. So if you remember from the last video, we need to give private keyword here, then it needs to be static. After that, we need to provide the return type of my method because it will return a boolean. So I will say boolean, and then I need to use the operator keyword, and then I need to specify which operator I want to overload. So in this case, I want to overload the greater than operator. and I will provide the parameters which this will take. So this will take a box 1, let's call it B1, and box 2, let's call it B2, right? Once that is done, we need to check the volume of box 1 and box 2 and return the result accordingly. So let's say integer volume of box 1, let's call it volume 1, equal to b1 dot get volume, right? And similarly volume 2 equal to b2 dot get volume. And now we can just check if volume 1 is greater than volume 2, then return true, else we can return false. Once you have done this thing, and you will notice you are still getting a compilation error. If you hover over on that, you will notice the operator box dot operator greater than requires a matching operator less than. So guys, whenever you are overloading greater than symbol, you also need to overload the less than symbol also. So let's provide the definition of less than operator also. Let's do this. Now change our greater than operator to less than operator, right? And this time I will check if volume 1 is less than volume 2, then return true, else return false. Okay. Now you notice the compilation error is gone. And if I build my program, you can see build is successful. Now we can run this program. You can see here we are getting box 2 is greater than box 1 because volume of box 2 is still greater than the box 1 volume. And if I reduce this height here, let's say 2 here, and run the program again, you will notice now it is saying box 1 is greater than box 2. So guys, this is how you can overload operators in C# and create some useful applications using it. So that's it for this video guys. In the next video, we will start our discussion on multi-threading. Hello and welcome to part 81. In this video, we will understand what is multi-threading. Multi-threading is one of the important concepts that you need to understand as a developer. And in this video, we will understand each and every concept about multi-threading. Before going too deep in multi-threading, let's first understand what is multitasking. As the name says, multitasking means performing multiple tasks simultaneously. Windows operating system is a multitasking operating system. It means it has the ability to run multiple programs at the same time. If you look at this picture, or maybe if you open Task Manager, you can see in your Task Manager how many applications are currently running. Windows operating system is currently running Microsoft Word, Notepad, Google Chrome, Snipping Tool, and many other applications. That is possible because Windows operating system is a multitasking operating system. Multitasking is a fundamental feature of modern operating system and plays an important role in improving computers' efficiency, responsiveness, and usability. Operating system uses processes to run multiple tasks, right? For each and every application, operating system has created processes, correct? So we can say a process is a part of the operating system that is responsible for executing the program or application. We can say process is the smallest unit of work in computer system execution, right? Because it facilitates the execution of the program by providing the resources required. Because each process will require some RAM and some memory, right? So those resources will be provided by operating system, and each process will have their process ID also. If you look at your task manager, you can see all the processes which are running currently, right? And each process is having a particular process ID, which is defined as PID also. So what do we understand till now, right? First, we have operating system, right? Inside operating system, we have processes, and process is something that will run our application, right? Now let's understand what is a thread. Thread in general is a lightweight process. A process has at least one thread, which is commonly called as main thread or worker thread, which is actually responsible to execute the application code. So each and every application must be having one thread. A single process can have multiple threads, right? Till now, whatever applications we have created, we have used single threads only. So all our application till now were single threaded. But in this video, we will create one multi-threaded application also. And please note, all the classes that are related to multi-threading are present in system.threading namespace. So now let's go to Visual Studio and understand this with an example. I have opened up my Visual Studio. If you notice here, I have created two methods with timer 1 and timer 2. Let's see what timer 1 is doing. Timer 1 is executing a for loop that is starting from number 1 and it is going till number 10, and it is printing the number from 1 to 10. And I have added one sleep also. So after every execution, it will sleep for 1 second and then pick the next number. And once it has finished completing the printing of numbers, it will print timer 1 completed, right? Similarly, I have timer 2 also, but if you notice here, instead of going from 1 to 10, in this case, I'm going from 101 to 120. So I will be printing 20 numbers, right? And again, after printing each number, I have introduced a wait here of 1 second, right? And once all the 20 numbers are printed, I will be printing timer 2 completed. So what we were doing till now, we were executing the methods synchronously, meaning we were using the main thread only to execute our methods. Let's say I will execute timer 1 and timer 2. So if I run my program, you will notice the methods will run synchronously, I mean sequentially. First, timer 1 will complete, it will print all the 10 numbers, right? And after that, once timer 1 is completed, then only timer 2 will start and it will start printing the numbers. Okay, so now the requirement is I want to run these two timers parallelly. For that, we can make use of threads. Create a thread in C# is very easy. You can use thread class and give your thread a name. Let me call it T1 equal to new thread. Okay. And the thread object will need a parameter. In the parameter, we need to pass which task I will be running here, right? Because I have created this thread to run my timer 1. So let's pass timer 1 method here. Okay. Now the compilation error is gone and our thread is ready. But we have not started our thread yet. To start the thread, I need to invoke t1 dot start method. Once I do this, it will run my method timer 1 on t1 thread, not on the main thread, right? Now my main thread is free and I can execute timer 2 on my main thread. Let me do that. So I can just say timer 2 now. And let me print main thread completed, right? Let's run the program. Now you can see timer 2 and timer 1 are running in parallel and we are seeing numbers from both the timers. So we are able to execute both the timer parallelly using threads. Okay, so this is how you can use multi-threads in C#. Okay, and what you can do, you can create a second thread for your timer 2 also. And now we can remove timer2 method from our main thread. And now if I run my program, you will notice one thing. First of all, main thread is completed. Now our main execution is completed and still we have T1 and T2 in running state, right? So now our main thread is free to do any other task. And guys, if you want to debug your threads, it is very easy in C Sharp. What you have to do, you have to start the debugging by clicking on this play button, or you can press F5. Once you click on this button, the debugging will start. And to open the threads window, what you can do, you can go to debug option or go to Windows, and here you will see the threads option. Using this, you can see how many threads are currently running in your application. If you notice here, currently I have only main thread running, correct? Let me put a breakpoint here, right? At this point, there are two threads running in my application, correct? Thread 1 and thread 2. Let me put a breakpoint here also and continue the program. If you notice now, there is timer 1 and timer 2. Two more threads are created, but I don't see any name for these two threads. But you can clearly see here, .NET has created two new threads for you. Now our application is currently running with three threads. One is the main thread that is automatically created by .NET whenever you start your application, and two more threads that are created by us. Let's do one thing. Let's provide some names also to our threads so that we can see that easily. To provide a name to a thread, what you can do, you can use the name property of thread object, name equal to my thread 1. Similarly, you can name your thread 2 also, t2 dot name equal to my thread 2. Okay. Now let's again put the breakpoints and run the application. Okay, so at this point, at line number 11, you can see there is only one thread, correct? And if I continue my application, now you can see two more threads are created, and this time you can see my thread 1 and my thread 2 names are also showing up here, so we can easily identify our threads in this window. Okay guys, that's it for this video. In the next video, we will continue our discussion on multi-threading and understand some of the other important concepts around it. Hello and welcome to part 82. In this video, we will understand what are the advantages and disadvantages of using multi-threading. So the first advantage is using multi-threading, we can create a more responsive user interface. If you remember from the code that we have created in the last video, we had two methods, timer1 and timer2. If I call the methods without using the multi-threading, that time timer1 was running and we have to wait timer1 to complete its execution, and then only we were able to start the timer2. It means we were blocking the timer2 to run. That is not a very responsive application. That's why we have created threads here and executed these individual methods on individual threads, and this made our application more responsive. Using multi-threading, we can make efficient use of processor time while waiting for input-output operations to complete. Let's suppose in your program, you are downloading a file, and downloading a file will take around 10 seconds to complete. And meanwhile, you want to take some inputs from the user also. In this case, if you are not using multi-threading, the process will be blocked, and until the download is completed, your user will be waiting, right? So let's go to Visual Studio and try to replicate this scenario. Let's create a method. Let's say downloading file will take 10 seconds. So let me add a delay of 10 seconds here, right? And once download is completed, I want to print a message, download is completed. Okay, Now in my main method, let's remove this piece of code. And I need to make my method static so that I can call it from my static main method. And after that, I am printing a message. So what I have done here, I have called my download file method and I have sent a message to the user. Thank you for downloading. Please provide your email address for our newsletter, right? And after that, I will ask the user the email address using console.readline. Let's see how this program will run when we are not using threads. Currently my program is running and you can see it is waiting here and it is waiting for download to complete. It will wait for 10 seconds, then it will say download is completed. And now we are getting the message, thank you for downloading. Please provide your email address for our newsletters. Then I can provide some email address. And then our program will complete it, right? Now, we want to remove this wait. We don't want to keep the user waiting till the download is completed. We can just give them this message, thank you for downloading and please provide the email address, right? And once the file is downloaded, they can see the message download is completed and they can access the file. To achieve this functionality, we need to use threads. Okay, so let's create a thread. And I will pass my download file method to my thread one, because this is a time consuming process and we don't want to keep the user waiting for it to complete. So what we can do, we can execute this download file on a different thread so that this code can be invoked without any delay. Let's do one thing. Let's put a download started message also here. Download has started. Okay. Now you can see here, we are seeing the message, this one first, and then we are seeing download has started. That is happening because it is taking some time to start this thread. That's why first we got this message, thank you for downloading, and then we saw download has started. So let's do one thing, put a delay here so that we will allow our thread to start. Okay. So let's wait for 2 seconds so that after invoking thread.start, I'm giving some time for my thread to start running this, and then only we will give this message, thank you for downloading. Let's rerun this program. Now if you notice, we are getting download has started. Now we are sending the message, thank you for downloading, please provide your email address. So I can provide some address and hit enter. Now our main thread is completed and our download is also completed. So in this way, multi-threading will make our application more responsive. And the third point is to split large CPU heavy tasks to be processed simultaneously on a machine that has multiple CPU cores. So let's suppose you have 4 CPU cores in your system, means you have 4 processors, and you are downloading 4 files, right? And if you're using a single threaded application, all 4 files will be downloaded by one core, meaning one core is responsible to download all 4 files. But using multi-threaded, what we can do, we can create 4 threads and run them in parallel. So this way we can distribute our load to multiple processors. Okay. Let's understand what are the disadvantages of multi-threading. Suppose your machine is having only one processor, and if you use multi-threading there, it can affect the performance negatively because there is an overhead involved with context switching. Let's suppose you have only one processor, right? And you are running 3 threads. Okay, so we need to run 3 threads on one processor. Now what CPU will do? CPU will do context switching. First it will run this thread for some time, then it will switch to next thread, then it will switch to next thread, and then again back to the first thread. So this context switching can take some time, and it is an extra overload when we are working with a single core computer. Second disadvantage is we have to write more code to achieve the same task. If you remember from this code, to complete the same task, we had to write these many line of code, right? We had to create a new thread, then start it. So basically we have to write more code to achieve the same task in case of multi-threading. Multi-threaded applications are difficult to write, understand, debug, and maintain. So it is very difficult to debug when you are working with multi-threading applications because you will never know which variable is changed by which thread. And guys, only use multi-threading when the advantages of doing so outweigh the disadvantages. Else, please stick to the single-threaded application. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will understand how we can pass parameter when calling threads. Currently, if you see here, when I'm calling download file, because my method is not taking any parameter, I can just pass it without any parameter. But what will happen when my method will need some parameter to execute? How we can run those kind of methods, we will see that in next video. Hello and welcome to part 83. In this video, we will see what is thread start and what is parameterized thread start. What we have done till now, if we have a method that is taking a lot of time, we can execute that method as part of a separate thread. Instead of executing it on main thread, we can move that method to a new thread. If we have a method download file that is taking 10 seconds to complete, and once the program execution is completed, we are printing main thread completed. And if I execute my download file method like this and run my program, you can see here my program is waiting and it is not getting completed. It will wait for 10 seconds, means main thread will be blocked for 10 seconds, and then only we will see the message main thread completed. To avoid this blocking, we moved our code to a new thread. Right, so instead of directly executing download file, we created a new thread and we executed the thread one dot start to start the thread. Okay, now instead of invoking it here, I can remove it here, and if I run my program now, you can see immediately I will see main thread completed. We are not waiting for download file to complete. So this was the whole idea to use threads, right? So when you are running a program, every program will use at least one thread to complete, right? That is called as main thread. Suppose you have big operation to complete, right? Let's say you're downloading a file. So instead of downloading that file in this thread, main thread, what we are doing, we are creating a new thread using our main thread, and we are passing that execution to that new thread so that our main thread can execute smoothly. So now let's understand what is thread start. If you notice here, what is the constructor of thread is taking, you can see here it expects a thread start object. You can see what is thread start. If you click on here, you can see thread start is a delegate. So what is happening at the back end, whenever we are passing a method name here, it is creating a delegate of thread start type and passing it here. That is done automatically by .NET Runtime. What you can do, right? You can even create a thread start delegate object, and in this we can pass our download file. And now we can pass our thread start like this. And if we run the program, you will notice program will execute normally without any issue as before. So this is what is happening at the background when we are directly passing the download file method. But we can also create a thread start delegate like this, and we can pass the thread start delegate while creating a new thread like this. And we already know delegates are nothing but type safe function pointers. So let's see what is the type of this thread delegate. If you see, this is a delegate, right? And if I open this delegate, you can notice here, this will be of void type, right? It will return a void and it is not expecting any parameter, right? And if I open my program here, my method is also void and it is not expecting any parameter. That's why we are able to execute download file using thread start. But let's suppose I change my return type from void to integer, and let's return any number from here. You will notice we will get the compilation error. If you read the compilation error here, you can see demo.download file has wrong return type because it is expecting a method that is having a void return type. That's why we cannot use thread start in this case. Even if I pass my method directly, this will also give me the error, right? Because it can only take a method that is having the return type as void and that is not expecting any parameter. Now let's change it to void and add some parameter here. Let's say I want to sleep this thread based on the input that is coming to this method. So instead of hardcoding this 10,000 here, I will take a sleep time parameter and pass that sleep time here like this. Now I can remove this return one here. If you notice, we are still getting the error here because we are not passing any parameter to this method. So we need to create a delegate instance parameterized thread start. Let's call it PTS equal to new parameterized thread start, and within this we can pass our download file. If you pass the method like this, you will notice we are getting the compilation error because parameter thread start is also a delegate which expects a parameter of object type. If I go to the definition of it, it expects a parameter of object type, right? So to resolve this, what we can do, instead of using the integer here, I can change it to object, right? Now you notice there is no compilation error at this line, but now we are getting a compilation error here. So let's remove this and pass the parameter thread start delegate here. Now you notice the compilation error is gone, but we haven't passed the integer that is required here, right? So we can pass it when we are starting the thread. So let's pass 5 seconds here, I mean 5000 milliseconds. If you notice, we are getting the error here because now we are passing an object, but dot sleep will only receive integer. So we need to convert this object to an integer. Let's say time equal to int dot pass. So we'll pass the object to integer type and then we're passing it to the thread dot sleep time here. Okay. Now let's run the program. You can notice we are waiting for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds program will terminate, right? So guys, this is how you can use thread start and parameterized thread start delegates when using threads. Parameterized thread start can be used to pass parameters to threads, right? Like this, we have passed this 5000 parameter to our thread so that the thread can utilize this parameter and use it inside the logic. As you can see, this is not a pretty way to pass parameters to a method because we are passing it as an object and then we are passing it. This is not providing us the type safety because I can pass any data type here. I can pass some XYZ also here and it will not give us the compilation error. If I build my program, you will notice build will succeed and we are not getting any compilation error. But if I run my program, we will get a runtime error because we cannot convert string to an integer. So to resolve this error, in the next video, we will see how we can have type safety also and how we can pass the parameters to threads. Hello and welcome to part 84. In this video, we will see how we can send parameters to a thread with type safety. If you remember in the last video, we have created a thread T1, and we were using parameterized thread start delegate to pass the data to download file method. The problem with parameterized thread start is the parameter that we can pass to it will be of object type, right? Because of this, there is no type safety. I can provide numbers. Ideally, I should be providing numbers because this is the sleep time, right? But user can go ahead and provide some invalid data also. They can provide XYZ, and in that case also there will be no compilation error. So in order to fix this issue, let's see what we can do. Let's create a new class. In this, I will move my download file method, right? And instead of taking it as a parameter, I can declare this parameter as a field within the class. So let's pass it private integer. Let's call it sleep time. Okay. And let's create a constructor of this class. Within this constructor, I will accept a string parameter that is nothing but sleep time. Okay. And what I will set this sleep time property with the value which we are getting in the constructor, right? Now we don't need to get the value in this method, right? And I can remove this parsing, correct? And I can directly use this property in my method, right? Currently we are getting a compilation error. Let's see why we are getting it. That is because our method is static, right? So to correct this, either you can create your field as static or you can create your method as non-static. So let's remove static keyword from here and make our method non-static, right? Now you can see the compilation error is gone and we have our class without any errors. Now let's understand how we can use this class to pass the data to thread, right? So let's remove this parameterized thread start delegate, right? We don't need this. And create an object of my thread task. Let's create it my thread task equal to new my thread task, and within the constructor, we need to pass the parameter which we need to pass to thread. So let's pass 5000 here. All right, and now we have the object. Now we can pass the parameter using this object. So I will use my object variable my thread task here like this, and I will pass the download file method like this. Now you can see there is no compilation error. Now I can remove this parameter here because we are already passing the parameter at this position. To prove that we have received the parameter, what I can do, I can put a console write line here like this. Okay, so now let's run the program. You can see main thread is completed and parameter received is also 5000. So we were able to pass 5000 to our thread, and after 5 seconds our program is terminated. So guys, this is how you can pass parameter with type safety. Because if I try to pass some invalid data, let's say if I try to pass some invalid data in this case, we will get the compilation error, right? And if I try to build my application, it will not build, correct? It failed. It means we have the type safety now. We can only provide integers here, else it will throw the error. Okay guys, so there is one more way with which you can pass parameters to a method, that is using the lambda expression. Currently we have created a new class and used a class field to pass the parameter, but we can use the lambda expression also. Let's suppose you have a method. So I have created a method with name long running method, and this is expecting a parameter of integer type, and it is doing nothing but printing that parameter and sleeping for 10 seconds. So I am simulating a long running task with help of this method, right? To invoke this method on a separate thread, what you can do, you can remove this line of code. We don't need a new class to invoke this. And now you can use these bracket parentheses here and pass the lambda expression like this. So to pass the lambda function, you will use equal to and greater than symbol, and within this lambda expression you can invoke your thread method long running task, and within this I will pass the parameter whatever I want. I can pass 5000 and that's it. So this is the other way to pass parameter to a thread method. If I run my program now, my main thread is completed because it was not blocked, and I have printed 5000 because I have passed 5000 as the parameter, and after 10 seconds my program is terminated because I have given thread.sleep of 10 seconds. That's it for this video. In the next video we will see how we can return data from a thread. Currently the return type is void, but in the upcoming videos we will see how we can fetch data from a thread method. Hello and welcome to part 85. In this video, we will see how we can fetch data from a thread. Let's see what we want to achieve here. We want to create a new thread, right? We will have a T1 thread, and as part of this T1 thread, we will download a file. So the main thread will create this T1 thread, right? Okay, so from main thread, we are creating a T1 thread, new thread, and we are downloading a file in that T1 thread. Okay, so we will send a parameter to the download file. We will send the URL from which URL we want to download the file. So this is our parameter. One parameter URL we send, and once the download is completed, we will have a method that will be download complete. Download complete method will be invoked when the download is completed. It will print the file location where we have the download file that will be provided in the file location, and we will have the time taken, like how much time it took to complete this process. So these are the two parameter, or we can say properties, that we want to fetch from our thread, right? And we want to print it to the user. So let's see how we can achieve it. So let's see what we need to implement. First, we need to send a URL to thread, right? And then we need to get file location and the time taken, right? These two properties of the data that we want to fetch from the thread. Okay, so let's first create a method that will take the file location and the time taken. Okay, so let me create a method, public static void, and I will name it download complete event, right? And this will take two parameter, the file location where the file was downloaded and the time in seconds, right? How much time it took to complete the download. Once that is done, I will print a message to my user. Your download was completed in these many seconds and your file is downloaded at this location. Okay, very simple message. So let's create a download handler class that will handle the download of file operation. So what I've done, I have created a download file method. It is first printing downloading file from this URL, meaning whatever URL is received from the user that we are taking. And after that, we are setting some static data here. We are setting the location, let's say downloads file.txt, and let's say some random time. It took 683 seconds to complete it. Now we need to send this data to our this method. Basically, we want to fetch data from the thread, correct? So what we can do here is we can create a delegate and we can tell this download file method to invoke that delegate when the download is completed. All right. So let's create a delegate, and delegate is nothing but a type safe function pointer. So to create a delegate, let me create public delegate void download callback, because this will be called when the download is completed, and it will accept two parameter, one the file location and second parameter will be the seconds, how much time it took. And what we need to do once the download is completed, I need to invoke this delegate, correct? So first accept a delegate in our constructor so that the users can pass the delegate which they want to send. Okay, so let's create the constructor. Okay, now we want to accept two parameters. One is the URL from the user and second one is the delegate. Okay. Let's create a private field for delegate also. Right. So I have this constructor. This is taking two parameters, URL and a delegate. Right. And we are setting these two parameters. So what we can do, once the download is completed, I can invoke this delegate like this. I can say callback and I can pass location and time taken. Correct. Now I am invoking this delegate. Now let's see how we can utilize this class and achieve the functionality that we have discussed. So first of all, we need to create a delegate that can hold the reference of this method, because from the demo class we want to invoke this method, download complete event, right? So user want to invoke this method when the download is completed. So let me create a delegate, download callback. Let me call it download callback equal to new download callback, right? And I want to pass the function reference. I want to invoke this method, right? So I have passed my download complete event here. And guys, you can notice here the signature of the method is matching with the signature of the delegate. It has the return type as void, right? We have void here also, and it has two parameter. First one is string, second one is integer. Same is happening here also. That's why we're able to pass download complete event method here. If you want to learn more about delegates, you can go through the delegate video that we have created earlier. Okay. Okay. So now I have my delegate. Now create a URL that can be passed to the download handler class. Okay, so let's say this is my URL from where I want to download the file. Right. Now we need to create a thread. Thread t1 equal to new thread. And what I want to do with this thread, I want to invoke download file method. To download a file method, we need to create an object of download handler also, because this is an instance method. It is not a static method. So let's create an object of download handler class also. Right. And this will take two parameters. First one is the URL, second one is the delegate. So we have both the parameters. We have the URL here and we also have the delegate that we have just created like this. So we have passed the URL and the delegate. Now what is left? We need to invoke the main download file method within our thread. So I will call download handler dot download file like this, right? And I will start my thread. Correct. And let's print main thread completed to prove that we have not blocked our main thread and all the heavy processing was done as thread t1. Main thread completed like this. Now let's run the program and see what is going to happen. Okay, program is running. You can see main thread is completed and our download is also started downloading from this URL. And you can see after some time, after how much time, after 5 seconds, we said your download was completed in 683 seconds, and this is the file location. So what we have effectively done, we have fetched this data, the location and time taken, and we have brought the data to our download complete event using delegate, and we are able to print the data in using console.writeLine. So let's go through the code one more time. Let's see what is happening here. We have created a delegate download callback because we wanted to execute download complete event method. So we matched the signature of download complete event method with our delegate. Come to our download handler class. We wanted to pass the URL from which we want to download the file, correct? And we want to pass the delegate, right? This is the delegate download callback. This we want to execute. This delegate we want to invoke once the download is completed, correct? So we created the constructor which can accept these two parameters, and this is our main download file method. We are printing downloading from this URL, then we are simulating the wait here of 5 seconds, and then we are setting some static variables, location and time taken, and we are invoking the delegate, right? So effectively what happened when we invoked this delegate, and this delegate was pointing to download complete event, because of that this method was invoked and we saw this message on the screen: your download was completed in 683 seconds. And that's it for this video, guys. In the next video we will see some of the important concepts about threads. Hello and welcome to part 86. In this video, we will see what is thread.join and what is its alive property. I have opened up my Visual Studio. If you see here, I have created a counter 1 method that is counting from 0 to 9. And after each iteration, we are waiting for 1 second and then moving to the next number. Let's run this program and see how it is working. You can notice here, we are getting numbers from 1 to 9. And there is a delay of 1 second in it, but you can notice here our main thread is already completed. Our main thread has not waited for this counter to complete and it has terminated already. All right, so this is what we were doing till now, but let's suppose there is some scenario where you want to make your main thread to wait for counter 1 completion in some cases. So we have one main thread and we have T1 thread. So what happened? Main thread will be running and in between it will create a T1 thread, right? And currently what is happening, main thread is not waiting for it and it is going for the completion. So what we want to achieve, we want to make our main thread to wait for T1 to complete, right? For that we can use join method. So here, if you want to make my main thread to wait for completion of thread 1, what I can do, I can write T1 dot join, right? So what will happen, main thread will wait for T1 to complete. It will wait for this method to join the main thread. If I run my program after writing the join method, let's see what will happen. You can notice here we have not received the message main thread completed, and our main thread is waiting for T1 to get complete. And once T1 is joined, like once T1 has completed all the numbers 0 to 9, we are getting main thread completed, right? Let's suppose we have one more counter. Let's create a one more thread for our counter 2, thread T2. For counter 2, let's start T2 thread also. Let's change the text here also to say counter 2. Let's change this 101 to 110 so that we go from 100 to 110, right? And we are sleeping for 2 seconds. Let's run the program now. Now our program is running, and you can notice here counter 1 and counter 2 both are running, and you will notice once counter 1 has reached number 9, the main thread is also completed. Main thread is not waiting for counter 2 to complete. You can still see here counter 2 is still running, correct? So this is the use of t1.join. Using this method, you can make your main thread to wait for the child process to complete. Right here we are making our child process, that is counter 1, to complete, and then only we are terminating the main thread. And we also have one property is thread alive. Let's see how we can use that. Let's say I can put if here, if t2 dot is alive, let's print a message. So what we are doing here, first I'm checking t1 dot is alive. I'm checking if my thread 2 is alive or not. If it is alive, I'm printing thread 2 is still running. And now I'm checking my thread 1 is alive or not. If it is alive, I will print thread 1 is still running, and else I will print thread 1 has completed its task. Because we are using t1.join, so t1.alive will never be true. We will only come to this line when the thread 1 is completed. Let's see this in action. Okay, my counter 2 and counter 1 both has started. Now counter 1 has reached 9, so it will terminate there. That's why we see the message thread 2 is still running, because t1 dot is alive will give the true, because thread 2 is still has to print some more numbers, but thread 1 has completed its task. You can see here we went to else block. So here t1 dot is alive returned false, and we have printed this line here. Right after printing this line, we can see our main thread is also completed, but t2 was still running. That's why we saw some other numbers from counter 2 also. So here is the summary what we have learned in this video. Join blocks the current thread and makes it wait until the thread on which thread method is invoked completed. Join method also has a overload where we can specify the timeout. If we don't specify the timeout, the calling thread waits indefinitely until the threads on which join is invoked completes. The overload of the join method takes one parameter, that is integer, in milliseconds. Let's see this how we can use the overloaded version of join method. So this is where we call the join method, and if you see here we are going from 0 to 9, so we are printing 10 numbers, and for each number we are waiting for 1 second, so roughly around 10 seconds it will take to complete the execution. Let's say I want to wait only for 5 seconds for this thread to complete. I don't want to wait much further, right? And if I run my program now, you will see the counter 1 has started, and after 5 seconds we have completed our main thread. We have not waited more than 5 seconds. Earlier what we were saying, we were waiting for the thread 1 to get completed, then only we were terminating the main thread, but here we are waiting only for the 5 seconds. So this is how you can use the overloaded version of join method, and this returns boolean. So it will return true if the method is completed, else it will return the false. So we can use the result which is coming from here. Run the program again. Again counter 1 has started, and we have waited 5 seconds. After that we checked if the result that is coming from the join method is true or false. Because it was false, that's why we have printed t1 was not completed and the main thread was terminated here, but still the counter was keep on running, and we have got other numbers also on the console window. Let's go back to slides. Okay. Join is particularly useful when we need to wait and collect result from a thread execution, or if we need to do some cleanup work. Let's suppose you want to do some cleanup activity once one thread is completed. So what you can do, you can wait for that thread to complete using join method, and once you have received true from the join method, it means the thread is completed. You can do your cleanup after that. So in these kind of scenarios, join method will be very useful. IsAlive is a property that is available in the thread class. It returns a boolean that we have seen. It will return true if the thread is still running, otherwise it will return a false. Hello and welcome to part 87. In this video, we will see what are shared resources and how we can protect shared resources when working with threads. Let's first understand what are shared resources and what can happen if we don't protect them. So here I have a variable integer that is defined at the class level, right? And it is a static property, correct? So what I will do, I have one method increase by 100,000. So I will increase this number by 100,000. Let me call increase by 100,000 one time and increase by 100,000 second time, right? And then I will print the result, right? Okay, so we are running it without any threads. Once this execution is completed, then only we are starting the next execution. So when we run this program, you will notice we will get 200,000 because we have increased 100,000 two times. If I run my program again, I will again get 200. And if I run my program again, I will again get 200,000. So my result is very predictable, right? But let's see what will happen if we run the same execution using threads. Okay. So I will uncomment this piece of code. So what I'm doing, I'm creating two threads, right? Thread 1 and thread 2. And I'm starting these two threads here, and I'm waiting for these two threads to get completed using the join method, and finally I'm printing the output. If I run my program now, you will notice I get 200,000. If I run it again I get 200,000. But this time I got some less number, right? And if I run again, I got some different number. If I run it again, I got some different number. So what is happening here? Because the total number is a shared resource, both the threads are trying to increase the same number, right? And this is causing the confusion here. Let's see what is happening exactly here. When we are running sequentially, the total number is 0, then the thread 1 will read the number and then it will increment the number. Then the second thread will read the number 1 and then increment it, meaning we will have 2 at the end when it is sequential. But when we are running the two threads in parallel, what will happen? The value is 0, thread 1 reading the value as 0. Because thread 2 is also running, thread 2 will also read the value as 0, right? So both the thread having the value 0. So when they will do the increment operation, meaning when they will do total plus plus, they will increment on 0, right? That's why the final result of the value will be 1 by thread 1 and 1 also by the thread 2. Ideally, the number should be 2 because we have performed the increment operation twice. So the total should be 2. Because we are running the two threads parallel, that's why we are having this issue. And the number is not incremented properly here. So now let's understand how we can resolve this issue. So it can be resolved by two ways. One, by using interlocked. Let's see what interlocked means. Interlocked is a class that can be used. Here I can say interlocked dot increment and I can pass the reference of total. So what will happen when I use this interlocked class? It will allow only one thread to read the value and update the value at one time, so that we will not have that issue that we were seeing here. So only one thread will read the value, it will lock that value, and until it has not released that value, other thread cannot read that, right? So if I run my program now, you will notice I will get 200,000 every time. I am running it second time 200,000, third time 200,000, fourth time again 200,000, because now interlocked is locking the total variable and not allowing the other thread to do the manipulation on this variable. So interlocked is one way to protect our shared resource, that is nothing but the total variable, to be accessed simultaneously in multiple threads. The other way is using the lock mechanism. Before going to the lock mechanism, let's first see what are the other operations that are available in the interlocked class. So when we are using interlock class, right, it gives us a lot of methods. So we can use increment, or exchange, read, add, and equals. So it has a lot of methods. Using that we can make our shared resources protected. So now let's understand the lock mechanism. To apply a lock, what we need to do, we need to create an object of object type. So let's create it as public static object. Let me call it underscore lock equal to new object. Okay, so this is our lock. Our lock is created. Now let's see how we can use this lock. Let's remove the interlock class here and make it total plus plus, just like before. So what we need to do, we need to lock this below line using that lock object, and we need to put all the code which is working with the shared resources inside this lock. So what effectively will happen, this lock will allow only one thread to go inside this line and increase the value of total variable, right? Let me run it again. You can see here I'm getting the correct result, 200,000, again 200,000, right? Even if I increase this value to 200, let's see, we will get the 400,000 or not. 400,000, right? Again 400,000, correct? So using lock